Good morning, everybody. I'd like to thank everybody for being here today. We have an interesting group of people coming to speak, and I'm looking forward to hearing from everybody. I'd like to welcome Mr. Spiegel. This is your first meeting with us, so we're glad that you had the opportunity to join us. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, John. Good to be here.
Karen, good morning to you out on the West Coast. I know it's bright and early out there, but you're always bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, so thank you for joining us. And I think Dr. Pahoob will be joining us at some point here in the near future, so we'll welcome her when she gets here.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good morning.
Tamara, where do we go from here?
So we can just do the roll call for the ex officio members too.
That would be great.
Yeah, so whoever wants to go first is fine. Valerie or Claire or...
Don't be bashful, guys. I know you're out there.
This is Valerie Marshall, President.
Okay. Good morning. This is Claire Schuster from NIH.
This is Jonathan Duffy representing CDC.
David Kim, OIDT.
Okay. All right, so that's ex officio members, John. Then for Tamara Overby, I am the acting director of the Division of Injury Compensation Program. Andrea, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, hi, I'm Andrea Davey from the HHS Office of the General Counsel.
Hi, can you hear me?
And also, Heather, you want to?
Hi, this is Heather Perlman, Department of Justice.
And I know Annie's out there, probably the glue that holds us all together. So Annie, thank you for putting us all together today.
Yes.
You're very welcome, John.
And Amber too, Amber Johnson too.
And Amber as well.
It's definitely a team effort. Tamara too. Let's not forget Tamara. So.
That's right. That's right. So I guess we can go to public comments. Is that right, Tamara?
Yes, on the agenda.
Yes, public comments on the agenda item. So I guess the operator would need to open up the line.
Yes.
And at this time, we would like to begin the public comment section. If you would like to make a public comment, please press *1 and provide your first and last name for your public comment to be introduced. Again, that is *1 if you have a public comment.
And this is public comment on the agenda.
And one moment, please, for our first comment. Our first public comment comes from Teresa Rangnum. Your line is now open.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the agenda. I wanted to thank the liaison members for providing all the presentations online. However, the minutes are not posted for the public to review, so I'm unable to comment on those and made a comment at the last meeting. I also wanted to take a moment to comment on the VIS statements that will be reviewed today. I just want to note that as a part of the 1986 Act, consulting organizations are also supposed to have input on these VIS revisions, and it's been, I believe, over a year since a meeting has taken place to look at interim VIS statements. So I hope a meeting will be called soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rangham.
So, Annie, the minutes are in the meeting book, correct?
I'm sorry?
Yes, the minutes are in the meeting book. However, they're not posted to the website for public review until they're approved by the ACCV.
Right. But they're in the meeting book that's posted.
Well, the meeting book doesn't get posted because we have all the 508 compliance things, but all of the presentations and visits and stuff, the agenda, everything is posted.
Okay. Okay. John, you want to move to the next?
Yeah, I was just, I was going to say, Ms. Operator, do we have anybody else?
Okay.
I think, operator, can you check for Barbara Pahood? She said she's dialed in, but she's in listen-only mode.
Thank you for that. Yes, Barbara, if you can please dial *0. Okay, thank you. One moment here. Okay, everybody, Barbara's line is now open. And just as a quick reminder, if you do have a public comment, please dial *1 on your phone. In just a moment, we don't have anybody waiting, but I will announce whenever we do. Thank you.
Dr. Pahood, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, John. It's Barbara, please.
Okay, well, I hope things are slowing down a little bit for you.
Not at all. Actually, I'm on another meeting at the same time as this one with NIH. I'm sorry. So if you lose me sometimes, I'm going back and forth between the two.
Oh,
That's okay. You're here in spirit. That's what matters.
Yes, and thank you for taking the time to be involved in both.
Tamara, at this point, it doesn't sound like we have any other public comment, so I guess I would make a motion to close public comment on the agenda.
Yeah, no motion needed. We just move on to the next item. Yep.
Well, then let's fire away. We're going to
Okay.
move efficiently today.
Okay.
I have to figure out what the next item is.
So it's including of the March and the March 6th.
Yes. So, yes, we have been provided minutes for two separate meetings, the March meeting, which was held on May 6th, 2020, and then the May meeting, which was held on May 18th, 2020. I guess we need to have a motion to approve the minutes.
I motion to approve.
I second. Can we have a vote? All in favor?
All in favor?
Agree.
Agree.
Okay, so can you let us know your name when you agree? Because they're virtual, so we need to know.
Barbara Pahood approves.
Okay.
John Howie approves.
Okay.
Karen Kenny approves.
Okay. Mr. Spiegel?
William Spiegel approves.
Okay. Okay. All right. So the minutes, both sets of minutes have been approved, and all right. Thank you.
Yes, and so I guess, Tamara, you're up.
Yes. All right.
Fire away.
Yes. So Annie's putting up my presentation now. Okay. All right. And so Annie, I have control, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So. Oh, now I do. Okay. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here to our virtual quarterly meeting of the ACCV. I'll be providing the update for the Division of Injury Compensation programs regarding the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. So today, my presentation for the meeting today, I will be providing an update on the HRSA and CPA activities. The Department of Justice Vaccine and Litigation Office will provide their update. We'll also hear from the U.S. Court of Federal Claims, the Office of the Special Master. And we'll have our usual updates from the ex officio members from FDA, CDC, NIH.
Hi, can I interrupt for a second?
Yes.
Your voice sounds cutting. It sounds like robotic. I don't know if I'm the only one that's hearing it that way.
No, I'm hearing it the same as Karen.
Versus the rest of you sound great.
Okay, so is it better now?
Oh, I think you may need to dial in again. It sounds like a bad connection. Are you doing this through internet?
No, I'm doing this through a regular conference line.
Huh, it sounds, well, I mean, I can sort of understand you. I just want to make sure you knew.
Okay, let me, I don't know, Andy, so Andy, Amber, you all hear me? I'm distorted for you all too?
Just a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's pretty muffled on my end, too.
Yeah, hi, this is the operator for the call. I do also hear the audio issues, so it does sound like it is subject to just your line. So, Tamara, if you would like, you can try to dial back in either from another line or maybe just another connection if you just dial back in once. If you dial back in, dial *0, and I can promote you again right away, and we can try that and see if that helps.
Okay, let me do that then. So I'm hang up now and I'll call back.
Just one moment, everybody, while we wait.
How's everybody doing while we wait?
I'm doing great. It's a beautiful day in Dallas.
Oh, you're in Dallas, Texas? I didn't know that that's where you lived. My family lives there.
Oh, do they? It's a great place.
Yeah. Plano, I think, is where they are at. Plano, am I saying it correctly?
Yep. It's just north. Barbara, where are you?
California's fabulous. This is Karen. California's going to be another perfect day. A little warm here and a little humid, which is not normal, but it's okay.
Lots of fires I hear up north. I'm not sure where you're at, but I know that in the San Francisco area they're not doing great, right?
Yeah, it's not a good situation up there. It's always this way, seems like in California.
John, I'm in Kansas City. It's actually pretty nice here today weather-wise, but crazy on the ground work-wise.
I don't know how you do it. It's got to be extremely hectic at the hospital.
It's not the hospital. It's the clinical trial I'm running that's draining me out. I'm doing still service, but we are starting a coronavirus vaccine clinical trial next week with 1,250 participants. So that's what's taking up most of my time right now.
That's exciting. Is that an adult or pediatric?
It's adult, but I'm the clinical specialist here that knows how to do vaccine studies. So I brought it over and I partnered with adult physicians at KU Med so that they can do the adult piece of it and I can provide the vaccine expertise. So we're doing it there. There's no vaccine for kids yet. It's only adults right now.
Are they planning on devising a separate vaccine for kids?
At some point, we're going to have to do those studies, but right now the priority is adults, but there's no conversations yet about the pediatric studies because, as you know, kids are not getting hit as hard as adults. So the vast majority of the effort is going into protecting adults right now, and at some point, I'm sure they're going to do the pediatric studies, but right now they're all adult studies throughout the rest of the year.
Gotcha.
And to make you all feel better, the comparator is placebo.
What manufacturer are you testing?
We're doing a whole bunch of them here. Kansas City is doing Moderna, but that's not the one I'm running. We are doing the AstraZeneca or the Oxford vaccine. And then I'm potentially going to do another one. I'm still trying to decide between the Novavax and the Sanofi. I think I will do Novavax simply because it'll be faster than the Sanofi one, and I'm trying to get it to populations in rural Kansas that are getting hit hard.
And when you do the placebo, is it half placebo or how?
We're doing 2-to-1 because we need to get the results as quickly as we can in order to provide the vaccine to the public, so it's a 2-to-1 ratio.
Tamara, do we have you back yet?
Hi, this is the operator for the call, and actually I don't see that she's attempted to dial back in just yet. If somebody would like to reach out maybe, but no dial in yet from Tamara.
Okay, thank you. And Annie, I have a question. Do we have any plans to meet in person?
Annie's probably reaching out to, okay, I was going to say she's probably reaching out to Tamara right now, but not anytime soon, no.
Would it be correct for me to guess, as a California girl, that we wouldn't typically meet in December because it's too cold? We'd wait till spring or summer? Or
Actually, we have had meetings in December. It's really the March meeting because that's kind of really when we have a lot of risk for like snow events and stuff like that we usually try not to do that. June and September are the best, but sometimes we do December.
Okay, thanks. Hi, this is Tamara. Oh, hi, Tamara.
So can you hear me?
It's still pretty bad.
Really? It's the phone. Okay. I don't know.
Hello? It's kind of like you're underwater.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to phone.
Yeah, you're actually really breaking up. I think it's a little bit worse now than it was before.
I'm on. Let me try another. Try the phone. Okay.
Okay. Sorry for the delay, everyone. Hopefully we'll get started in just a few more minutes.
Hello?
Yes?
Who's that?
Barbara, who's that?
Oh, it's John Howie.
Hi, John. Hello
I
again.
bumped my phone and it disconnected, so I was dialing back in.
You're back, and we can hear you loud and clear.
Do we have Tamara?
She contacted us again, but she sounded like a robot still.
So
So Dr. Fahoud, has there been any determination as to whether a child vaccination is going to be the same formulation as an adult, or is it going to be different?
I will only answer your questions when you start calling me the way that I've requested.
I'm sorry, Barbara.
There we go. Now, what did you say?
I was just wondering if we were talking about the adult versus child coronavirus vaccines, and that none of the children's coronavirus vaccines are in testing yet, but I was just wondering, is the formulation going to be the same, or is it going to be different, or do they not know yet?
Usually, so for example, I can tell you with the Moderna vaccine, with the Oxford vaccine, they did test it in children in the phase 1-2 studies. Not a lot of them, like out of the, I don't know, I'm going to make these numbers up, so don't quote me, but out of 1,000 participants that they did the phase 1 and 2 study on, there were like 200 children. So they have started some exploratory work. And the way that we will land there is doing the same type of studies that we are doing in the adults, but for children, to figure out what the correct dose is. But the formulation probably will be the same. What might change is the dose.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And of course, that is as long as the kids tolerate it well, they don't have adverse events. But so far, from what I've seen, the data that's being published so far, it looks like they're doing well with it. But more data is needed in kids only, because most of the data that's coming out right now is 95% adult data.
Gotcha.
You know, kids are not little adults. They really do need their own separate studies.
Mine think they're little adults.
Yeah, I know. Mine does too. She's 11.
Barbara, I have a question. I've been looking at this, and I was hoping to talk with Tamara about it today, or somebody else. Anyways, I was looking, and it says that they're only capturing adverse events for 28 days, and then they're only capturing, it's very confusing. It seems like the study's designed, I think for Moderna, that they're only capture adverse events for 1 month and serious adverse events for 6 months. But the study's for 2 years.
Yeah, so that's confusing for most people, but the way that this is done is basically imagine that you live in the real world, right? Things can happen to you simply because you live in the real world. So you will develop, some people will develop diabetes, some people will have cancer, like things happen, right? So what we're trying to do is collect everything that happens to people in 2 years, everything, cancer, diabetes, car accidents, all of it, and make sure that things look equal among those groups, both of them. But you can imagine the amount of work that it might be to capture absolutely everything that happens to you for 2 years because it is, ridiculous. So the only thing that we do is we capture big events for 2 years, like things that we call serious adverse events. If you get, if you die, if you have hospitalizations, if you have things like that, those are recorded for 2 years. That's why the study goes on for 2 years. But the stuff that we follow only for the 28 days after the vaccination is the local stuff, the stuff that we know might be related to vaccination, like we take your temperature, we make sure that we measure if your arm hurts or not, if you have chills. But you don't want to do that for 2 years because so many things are going to give you that for 2 years that the data would be impossible to analyze. So you focus on a lot of things for the month after the vaccine, but then you focus on the big picture for 2 years after the vaccine.
Well, and I mean, that makes a lot of sense, but then when you look at the events that you're not going to be tracking for 2 years, they seem very big to me, like seizures, alopecia, autoimmune disease, lupus, erythematosus, vasculitis, Bell's palsy, hypotonic, migraine, myelitis, neuropathy, mental disorders, rhinitis, vertigo. And that won't be followed, but those seem like huge events.
No, they are. So this is what we mean. If you, for example, start losing your hair a year out, and you don't have to see a doctor for that, and that's not considered a new condition for you, we don't want to know about that because that happens in life. But if you get something new that's serious that merits hospitalization or it's a new chronic condition, that does get taken into consideration. I have the table of events in front of me. And we are capturing AEs, SAEs, medically attended AEs, and adverse events of serious importance throughout the 2 years. So I don't think that was explained correctly to those people, but absolutely we are capturing those things. That's how we compare and make sure that events in both placebo and vaccine are equal.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, but when you look at the law, that's not how it's written. Can you send me that, or can you send...
No, it's a protocol. I mean, if you participate in a study, they will give you consent that has all that there. But what I'm seeing is the protocol, which of course is confidential, but it is probably accessible maybe on clinicaltrials.gov. Maybe I've never checked because since I always have access to the protocol. But I imagine the protocol will be released at some point, but of course we follow those things. I mean, otherwise, why would you be in a study for 2 years if we're not doing anything to you? You're there because we call you, we check on you, and I can even tell you the days that we're following you. I mean, I have that here, and I don't think that's a breach of confidence. We start with a vaccine dose day 1, then we call you at day 8, then we bring you back day 29 for another visit for the second vaccine, then we call you again day 36, and then we see you again in clinic. All of these are visits face-to-face at day 57, day 90, day 180, day 360, and day 730. And throughout all that time, we are calling you. I mean, weekly telephone calls for an entire year, and then those other visits that I told you about. So it's a very close follow-up.
Hi, Barbara. Hi, everyone. This is Tamara. I'm back. So can you hear me better now?
Back to you now, Tamara. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Hey, look, I went old school. I'm on a landline. I'm one of the few people that probably still have a landline. So, okay.
You sound great. You sound great.
Okay, thank you. So, all right. So I will get started. So as I was trying to state earlier, today I'll provide an update on the VSCP activities at HRSA. DOJ will also provide an update from their Vaccine Litigation Office. The U.S. Court of Federal Claims, the Office of Special Master, will provide an update today, as well as we'll hear from the ex officio members representing FDA, CDC, NIH, and OIDP. And we'll also have a update from the ACCV work group, and then vaccine information statements will be discussed later, and the ACCV members will have an opportunity to provide their comments on the vaccine information statements. Regarding the number of claims that have been filed, so far in fiscal year 2020, we've had 940 claims filed by adults, 97 filed by children, and as of September 1st, we had 1,037 claims filed. It seems like we may have less claims than we've had in the last 3 years. We're expecting under 1,200 this year. But we won't know the actual number, of course, for fiscal year 2020 until sometime in like the second week in October of the actual number of claims that were filed. This slide again shows the number of petitions that have been filed. And it reflects the fact that the number of claims that we've had filed by adults is the blue line. The number of claims that have been filed by, is the total is the blue line. And the dark green line is the number that have been filed by adults, and then the number of claims that have been filed by children are the lighter green line. Regarding funding for the program, this again reflects the funding for the program that this year we received $10.2 million. And again, just reflects the amount that we received in fiscal year 20. The backlog, these are the claims that are awaiting review. So at this point, the total number of claims that are awaiting review are 970, and 936 of those are for adults, and 34 of them are for children. And we have these asterisks here because 162 of the 936 have not been activated by the Office of Special Masters due to the pre-assignment review and the fact that there aren't sufficient medical records to review them. And the same thing is true of these of 30 of these 34 claims, again, don't have enough medical records for us to review for the ones that have been filed on behalf of children. Regarding the amount that has been paid as of September 1st of 2020, so we paid $175 million, little over that amount for petitioners awards, and paid about a little over $27 million for attorney's fees and costs. As far as the number of adjudications as of September 1st, 2020, we have determined that, or the court has determined that 613 are compensable, 171 have been dismissed for a total of 784 adjudications this fiscal year so far. As far as the type of compensation, so as of September 1st for 2020, of the 618 that are compensable, 238 or close to 40% of them were concessions, 40 of them were court decisions, and 340 or about 55% were settlements. As far as the amounts in the Vaccine Injury Compensation Trust Fund, so the trust fund is approaching $4 billion now, and excise tax revenue are about $165 million, and this data is as of July 31st, 2020. Interest on investments are close to $60 million, so the total income going into the trust fund for that time period was about $225 million. So yes. These trends are trends that have been pretty much consistent with the program for the last year, and we will, I'm sorry, someone had a question? Okay. So, and these trends, we will update them at the end of the fiscal year for 2020, but currently, as you can see from the data that I already presented, that 90% of the petitions that were filed for adults in the last 2 fiscal years, and over 54% of the petitions filed in the last 2 fiscal years allege shoulder injury related to vaccine administration. 73% of the petitions filed in the last 2 fiscal years allege an injury from the influenza vaccine. About 70% of petitions filed are compensated via negotiated settlement since fiscal year 2006. But and in recent years, 56% have been compensated by a negotiated settlement. And with the data that I just presented too, regarding 2020, 55% of them have been negotiated by a settlement. And so the other thing that has changed too is that the time to review claims has increased from, last time I reported it was 10 months. Now it's increased to 13 months. It's a 13-month wait for petitions to be reviewed by a HRSA physician. The other thing too that I wanted to provide you all an update on, or just to give you information about, is back in May, during the May 18th meeting, the ACCV discussed the VICP Mprm, the one that's proposing to remove SERVA and syncope from the table. And so I just wanted to give an update to let the public know too that that Mprm was published in the Federal Register on July 20th in 2020, and we did send a copy to the ACCV members. The Mprm is also published on the VICP website, so it is available for people to see. Currently, we're in the public comment period, and that public comment period ends January 12th of 2021. And the guidelines for submitting written comments are included in the Mprm. And so we suggest that you read it to determine how written comments are to be sent. There will also be a public hearing to hear oral comments from the public, and we're in the process of scheduling that now. And that public hearing notice will be published on our website, and we will send it to the ACCV members once it gets published. And after the notice of public hearing, like I say, yeah, we'll send it out to you all. So that's the update that I have on the VICP Mprm. And are there any questions?
This is Karen. I have some statements and some questions.
Okay.
So I'm just going to start from the beginning. I just want to remind everybody that the 1996 Vaccine Injury Compensation Act was designed to be an appealing, a no-fault process that is an alternative to the tort system, in which this process of receiving compensation would be faster, less adversarial, and more compassionate. The House report on the Act called for a compensation program that administers awards quickly, easily, and with certainty and generosity. I want to say first that it's such an honor to be part of this committee. My experience over the past year has been challenging so far, to say the least. To be honest, it reflects the way most parents of vaccine-injured children are treated by the medical community. They are bullied, overlooked, and called names. I understand that most of you have legal and medical degrees. I just want to remind everyone that my experience is real. My daughter Lauren was injured by her DPT vaccine at 6 weeks of age in 1994. HHS immediately agreed that she was injured. We settled with the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program when she was 3, and she died at 15 at home in my arms from severe brain injury. I have been chosen to be on this board because of my experience. The mandate of this panel is to support all opinions. The way I've been treated in the last year has created an incredible bias, and I will continue to do my best to help educate all stakeholders regarding the childhood vaccination process in hopes that this information will result in fewer or no significant adverse reactions. And I'm excited to have the new members, and I look forward to working with you all. Now I'm going to go on to the Mprm because I have a lot of comments. I didn't really understand why the Mprm wasn't on the agenda for today, but this is probably because I'm a new board member. I would like to move to schedule our next meeting on December 3rd or 4th to be a science day. Secretary Azar has issued the Mprm without presentation of evidence to the ACC to justify removal. We had public comments on May 18th, but there have been no presentations of evidence from healthcare professionals and other experts, such as attorneys and doctors, to discuss the removing of items from the vaccine injury table. I would like more information on the science and the financial impact this will have to the VICP. Obviously, we can see that, this has been 90% of the compensation for the last 2 years, as Tamara just said. I also have a few concerns regarding the Federal Register. This is a very serious change to the table. And again, I'm new to the committee, but the way this has been handled since day one hasn't sat right with me. The ACCV worked together and demanded an emergency meeting, and that meeting was held on May 18th. But on this day, only public comments were allowed with a maximum of 5 or 10 minutes to speak. So this was per Dr. Meisner, who was the chair. So I don't know, remember if it's 5 or 10 minutes. But in the register, the ACC is being challenged in 2 places, one directed towards Dr. Meisner's letter to Secretary Azar for being received after the 90-day deadline. And the register also states that the ACCV was not persuasive and our vote against the changes that HHS is proposing to make on the vaccine injury table. So I'm still confused on this as a commissioner because HHS has refused to defend its position in revising the table. We haven't had an opportunity to listen and be educated. There have only been public comments allowed so far on the Mprm with no actual presentations. It's my belief that my job as an ACCV commissioner is to take evidence-based information to base my decision on. I would like to make a move to have presentations from doctors and or stakeholders at the December meeting. I also move to form a work group meeting scheduled in the next few weeks with its goal to decide who should be invited to present new evidence based on survey and Syncoscope for the December meeting. Is there new evidence? At the May meeting or the May presentations, there was mentioned by a healthcare worker, and he said that steroid injections given at the time, or given all the time without injury, which is very curious. So this alone might need further research. And why are they not seeing shoulder injuries with steroid injections? I'd like to hear from doctors about that in particular, but other things also. So I do think that needs to be looked at, and I want to hear from attorneys that have information regarding the House report to clear up any concerns regarding any questions regarding the administration, versus the ingredients, because that still seems to be confusing to me. And then after the presentations are done in the work group meeting, we would share our findings together and present those before the deadline. But I also have a lot of concerns and need clarification on item 17. So the intent of the language in the Mprm relating to 17 and its impact on future ACIP and CDC routinely recommended vaccines for children and off-table vaccine injury compensation petitions related to these injuries. And I really believe this is huge, and I don't think we've talked about it once. And I find that very concerning because I don't really understand the impact. And these discussions should be made open to the public and take place in December as well. That's what I believe. And I feel like as a commissioner, I'm entitled to fully understand these points that I've listened above. This is one of the hottest issues in the vaccine program, in my opinion, in a while. That's that.
Karen, thank you for your comments. It sounds like you made motions to address some of what you just talked about at a work group meeting, and I'd be certainly happy to second that motion.
Thank you.
I guess we need to take a vote.
So, John, I guess to be just want to be clear on what the vote would be. Is it just so the members are clear about what they're voting on? So you want to restate what the actual vote you're expecting members to take at this point?
Yeah, it sounds to me like, and Karen, correct me if I'm wrong, that you want to schedule a work group meeting here in the next few weeks, at which time we can discuss the December meeting and speakers at the December meeting, and having some people come in and talk about the science and medicine associated with the Mprm, all of the information that you were asking for back in May that we didn't get.
Absolutely. And the work group meeting will be to decide, who should be speaking at this event, but I think that we should allow this information to be shared and to be shared publicly so we can all understand. I know that we don't have the final say, but I certainly feel that it is important for us as a commission together to present information again to Secretary Azar about these facts and to be clear on what's actually happening. I mean, I don't think anyone has really talked about item 17, which it seems very critical to me, but also to have this, more information. I feel like there's this question that we go back and forth. is it the ingredients, or is it, you know, if you put a sterile needle into a bursa sac, do you still have a reaction?
Tamara, was that clear?
Yeah, so John, is the vote to form because currently you all have, there's a work group.
Right.
So would it be using that work, or is it to form another work group to do this?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out, is do we really need to vote in order to add this to the work group? And I'm not sure that we necessarily do. I think we can just do it.
Right, exactly, because there is an existing work group, exactly.
Well, Karen, how about that? How about we just agree that we're going to address that here in the next few weeks at a work group meeting?
Yeah, I think it needs to be priority, and, you know, basically I would like to have this conversation with people presenting. I mean, that's part of our purview, to look at these issues and to be educated and invite people in to have more than 5 minutes to talk about this, and just this to be put on the December agenda.
Yeah, so the work group will actually need to present to the full ACCV, because the full ACCV needs to decide, you know, to make some decisions about what occurs at the December meeting. So, yeah, and that needs to occur in a public forum. So that's the other thing that we need to, you know, just to take into consideration, that the work group advises the full ACCV, and the full ACCV has to make decision in a public forum.
Well, then can we make a decision as the ACCV to allow the work group to identify people that we would like to hear from in December?
Okay, so if the work group can make recommendations to the ACCV, but that has to occur in a public meeting.
Yes, and so what I was saying was, can we as an ACCV vote today to formulate a work group that will have the ACCV's, I don't know, support in identifying who they'd like to speak at December?
So, okay, so John, okay, you all, the work group can make recommendations to the full ACCV,
mm-hmm.
and the full ACCV can choose to agree or have their own recommendations. And then, but that needs to occur in a public forum. So if you're going to have something to occur at the December meeting, then there would need to be some other meeting that occurs in between that time for the ACCV to agree to what occurs at the December meeting. You follow me? Because the work group makes recommendation to the full ACCV. So there would need to be some agreement among the full ACCV. If you want something to occur at the December meeting, that needs to happen in a public forum, so the ACCV so the public can have the benefit of that recommendation and that discussion.
Well, then let me do it this way.
Okay.
Karen, can you identify anybody that you think you would like to hear from at the December meeting?
Well, I would like to hear from Dr. I think Uma. He presented. I mean, I think that obviously we have the deadline in January, which is critical. Mm-hmm. And in May, we weren't allowed to have presenters. We were only allowed to have people make public comments, and they only had a limited time, so we weren't able to ask questions really and really have a conversation about specific things that were presented. I don't think we've ever had a conversation as a commission board on item 17. And so I would like Dr. Uma, and I would like someone from the government to maybe clarify item 17. I think those are two comments in particular that are two parts of the register that are very important. And, you know, here we have a work group. We only have 4 members at the moment, and we should have 9 members. So half of the ACCV agree that we should have open or comments on December. Is that not enough to make a vote right now to go forward into December having presenters?
So Karen, so basically you just identified one presenter, and then you said that you would like to hear from the government, right? So are you basically saying you only want one presenter? So another way that this could happen is that there could be a quick, if you all as a work group have a discussion, and because you don't want to necessarily rush to do it right now, because I'm sure you probably need to have a discussion and think about it, about who you want to recommend, the work group, who the work group wants to recommend to the full ACCV, and then we could have an ACCV meeting. It could be a quick one before the December meeting to discuss this, just solely this issue. It doesn't have to be a full ACCV meeting. It could be another ACCV meeting to discuss this issue, so that it does become a part, and whatever the ACCV agrees upon could become a part of the December agenda, meeting agenda.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Does that?
I would vote in support of that.
Okay.
Should we, I guess we need a motion. So Karen, why don't you go ahead and make a motion?
I make a motion that we meet as a work group and just have a very quick emergency meeting so we can put this on the agenda for the December meeting.
I would second that motion.
So then Barbara and Bill, do you all have comments? Do you agree? Do you have questions? So this will be the time for you all to discuss what's on the table, or either, if you want to vote to agree with it, that's your option too.
I'm sorry, I had to pay attention to something else for 10 minutes. Okay. So we're proposing to invite people to come from government to talk to us about what?
So Karen, you want to?
Well, I'm proposing that in the December meeting, we have people present on the Mprm, one of the items being item 17, which I am not clear on, and then have doctors come in and actually talk about, like Dr. Uma, he wrote a letter about why he does not think that these items shouldn't come off the table. And I'd like to have a work group meeting to discuss what other doctors or what other presenters have new information to be discussed at a public meeting in December. So we would do a work group meeting, not like an all-day thing, just a brief work group meeting to vote and decide who are the people that should be presenting in December, so it could be a public.
Is this similar to that last meeting we did where we had a whole bunch of physicians present to us? Are you proposing something similar to that?
Well, I'm proposing something that was public comments, but that wasn't presenting their facts, and it wasn't like we had this conversation. They have 5 minutes to make public comments. So I would like to have in-depth conversations about these items coming off the table.
No, I know. What I'm trying to understand is basically to do a meeting similar to the one that we had, but the difference being that this new meeting would have public comment. Is that what this is?
Right. It would not be limited to a time. We would, as the commission together, decide who we would like to have present in December, so we can be clear on all these items.
Okay.
And I guess too, Karen, this will give you all the opportunity to pose questions to the people that are presenting.
Exactly.
Is that correct? Okay.
I see.
Yeah, Barbara, I think that the distinction was at the May meeting, all of those speakers were categorized as public commenters. So we didn't get the opportunity to ask questions of those people. Their comments were limited by the clock. They had a very strict limitation on what the amount of time that they could talk to us.
Thank you, John. That helps me. Treat me like a 5-year-old, really. This really does help me, because I don't speak, I didn't understand what the difference was. I get it now. Thank you. That makes sense to me, but I would propose, before we vote, what if we use those presenters? I think we all like them, right? Could we just invite those people, or are you proposing, Karen, to meet again and figure out who to invite versus just invite the people we already heard from that we all liked hearing from?
Well, I don't know if we necessarily need to, we need to select certain presenters, but also nobody has talked about item 17, which I feel like is really critical.
And who gets to select the presenters?
Well, we would do that in a work group meeting, like an emergency work group meeting, so we can decide.
Barbara, how that will work, so Karen is suggesting that there be a work group that initially identifies the work group members, but then the work groups advise the full ACCV. So the work group would have to present to the full ACCV their proposal for the speakers. And so I was saying that, that has to occur in a public forum. So we would need to have like a quick ACCV meeting, and it doesn't have to be a full day ACCV meeting. It could be a meeting just to discuss, what the work group's recommendations are, so that we can plan and invite them to attend the December meeting.
I see.
Yes.
But again,
So
just again, to treat me like John did, that's useful for me. Who would choose? It's the members of the work group, and if so, who are the members of the work group?
So it would be the work group members would present to the full ACCV. So right now, Karen and John are work group members, but anyone else could choose to be a part of that work group. But they would come back, and at this next ACCV meeting, which would have to occur before the December ACCV meeting, they would present their proposal for presenters to the full ACCV, and you all would vote as a full ACCV of who those presenters are or will be.
Who picked the presenters the last time, even though it was public comment, not official? Who picked them? Who invited them?
There was no one who picked them. So what we did was we just put out a notice about the meeting and let people know that it was an opportunity to submit public comments, and they contacted Annie to let Annie know they wanted to present. There was no solicitation, with the exception of us putting a notice out, but there was not selection of the people. They let us know, and if they let us know, they were added to the agenda.
So could a similar process be done to select people to participate as opposed to only Karen and John having to do this whole process on their own? That's what I'm trying to say. Where you guys post it so people can, like propose themselves to speak, because I don't know how I know how I would normally go find experts. I just don't have the bandwidth right now to do that. So I would want to make sure somebody who knows what they're doing can reach out to the experts in the field, is what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
So I guess here's the other thing. With just soliciting a notice doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get the speakers that you want to get either, or that have that expertise, or
exactly.
So just the notice doesn't necessarily achieve that objective either.
Yeah, that's my concern. I would want to make sure that the presentations are, that we can hear from all sides, and how do we ensure that that happens?
And that would be the purpose of presenting it to the ACCV as a whole, because the work group would make their recommendation, and ACCV members may say, oh, what about this perspective, and what about that perspective? Or somebody from the public may say, what about this perspective or that perspective? So that's the purpose of discussing it too in a public forum, so that you can have that discussion about.
But that's what I mean. Pardon my ignorance in here. So let's say I say, well, what about I don't know, I'm going to make this up, a neurologist perspective. If I just say that, then how do we ensure a neurologist is actually invited? Who's in charge of that?
My belief would be the work group, no?
But the work group right now is just Karen and John, right?
Right. So it would be, we could all try to help figure out who can come to the table. So, I don't know, if you say an immunologist, we can try and help find an immunologist, or so it would have to be a concerted effort on all of our parts to make sure that, or to try to ensure that we have different perspectives.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I think that's why it's so important. If we could, John and I don't know, obviously, Barbara, would be fantastic to have you in the work group, but I realize you're so busy. But, to have everyone's perspective and who they would like to bring to this meeting. And again, Secretary Azar has not presented any evidence. So, we obviously welcome that, too. So we're not saying that the conversation only has to be from one side, because we want to look at all sides.
Oh, no, I know what you mean. I totally understand, Karen. I'm just trying to say I don't want all this, I'm sorry, selfishly. All that work to fall on us, who would be, they know who the experts are in the field, who has published, and we know who's dealing with these lawsuits. We know who they are. I just don't know who actually does the legwork of finding these people. That's really, I'm very practical, as you know, Karen. I was just trying to figure out whose job is it going to be to find these people, because I can log on a call, but to really connect with these people, as you know, and get them to come and save time and prepare a presentation, that's a whole bunch of work, and I was wondering if that would be something that people on this phone call would help us do or not.
Oh, yeah, no, we would help reach out to people. It would be, but you have to identify them, and of course you need to identify them in a timely manner because people are busy. So,
God, yeah, that was my concern.
Exactly. Yes. So we would reach out to the people, that's what we here to do. We support the ACCV, so we would do that, but it's the identification of
and I can help with with some of the authentication, just providing names. I don't know that I could connect you to them, but I could just say this guy has done research on this because I know how to review the literature. But that's as far as I could go. Would that be enough?
We can reach out to them. And again, like I said, it's with enough time and availability, and yes.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
And it's medical and it's legal. I mean, this is such a huge issue.
Exactly.
This is 90% of what's been compensated for the last 2 years. So I feel very passionate about this, and I'm completely
and that's what I mean, Karen. I think, of course, for example, John could reach out to the legal people, but I don't know any. But I could identify medical people because that's definitely a field I understand. So, no, I understand you. This makes more sense to me now that I understand the process.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, it's definitely work, but it certainly seems critical at this point.
I'm just trying to be very honest with you all that all I would be able to provide is guide you with names of people that know what they're doing from a vaccine expertise point of view, like research that I deem credible, and give you the names, and then that's it.
And that's fine, and we will reach out to them. Yep. Okay. So, but like I said, it's the the process of identifying who those people are. So, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I second that then. Barbara Pahoud.
Okay. So Mrs. Spiegel, I know that you're new to all of this. Do you have any questions, comments, concerns?
From listening to Karen, I do share her thoughts that this is important to happen. I think, and I would be happy to help to the extent I can. I do also have some of the concerns that Barbara does about how time-consuming this can all be. But that said, I certainly think it's valuable to identify speakers, and I would also agree to have that emergency ACCV meeting, even a shorter one, just to agree upon that so it gets on a public agenda. So I'm in favor.
Doctor, is this William Spiegel? You're new to us, is that correct? I just heard.
Yes, that's right.
I'm pretty new too. Would you mind then, just for my personal benefit, telling me a little bit about who you are? I'm sorry, especially since we're not face-to-face. It's so hard to do this. I'm sorry. I'm a visual person.
That's fine. I'm a lawyer. I practice in New York City and Connecticut. I defend all types of medical malpractice, medical, nursing, anything related to medicine. My connection to the vaccine injuries is not really recent. When I started many years ago defending all the city hospitals, we had a lot of exposure to vaccine injuries. So I developed an interest there, and that's a very nutshell version.
Got it. Thank you. That helps me. I just heard there was a new person, but I wasn't sure. And
just so that everyone knows that William Spiegel, he's representing the general attorney slot. So it's the unaffiliated attorney is another way that we call it, another name for it. So it's the general attorney slot. It's not the petitioner's attorney, and it's not the attorney that represents the vaccine company. It's just the general attorney. That's the slot that he's filling.
And I don't know if I'm allowed to propose this or not, but for simple people like me who really have a very simple brain, I hope you guys are all understanding that. It'd be very useful to me if at the beginning of each meeting we have these are the 7 roles we're supposed to have at ACCV. Here are the people that are taking them, and these are the slots that are still open, so we can all kind of be aware of who's at the table.
We can do that. Yep,
Thank
we can
you.
do that.
I can't keep track. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay. So I will take the opportunity to do that right now then. So currently the slots that we have that are filled at this point in time are John Howie, who's serving as the ACCV vice chair right now. He's filling the slot of the attorney that represents petitioners or persons that have filed claims with the program. Karen is representing the parent slot, the parent of a vaccine-injured child. Barbara, you're representing one of the two pediatrician slots. And then, as I mentioned, Mr. Spiegel or Bill is representing the general attorney slot. So currently we have vacancies. We have a vacancy for the attorney that represents the vaccine manufacturers. That slot is vacant at this point. We have the other parent of a vaccine-injured child slot is vacant. Then we also have, there's a slot for a general member of the public. That one is vacant. We also, the other pediatrician slot is vacant at this point.
Got it.
And we have another healthcare professional slot that's vacant.
Oh, okay, great. So I can help you try to find three. This is so helpful. Thank you. This sets the stage for me to understand at the beginning of the meeting to refresh my brain. Thank you.
Yeah, we can do that. Okay, so it seems like everyone has agreed that the work group will identify speakers, and Barbara and Bill will also help to identify speakers, but then we'll also have a meeting where there's a public meeting where there will be discussion about an agreement upon the speakers. Our staff will help to invite speakers and reach out to speakers for the December meeting. That's the plan, correct? And then, right?
Yes.
Is that what you all have agreed to? Okay. John?
Thank you.
Karen? That's weird. Okay.
Yes, I'm glad you got that sorted out for us. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, Annie, you want to put back up the agenda so we can see the next thing?
I have a few questions, Tamara. Is that all right?
Sure. Sure, yes.
Reviewers. I know earlier this year, some of the reviewers at HHS were called to active duty as a result of the COVID pandemic. Yes. Are they back? Are they coming back? Where do we stand on that?
So yes, they are. The majority are back. Yes.
And how many?
And so I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go right ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, the majority of them are back now and are back to reviewing cases.
That's a good thing.
Yes, and and the other thing I'll mention too, we also have contract reviewers, and some of them have been involved in COVID as well, and so and they're still involved. So yes.
And I didn't go back and compare this presentation to prior presentations, and I know obviously from just a time perspective, and you commented on this, that the review period is getting longer and longer. Yes. Are the number of cases in the backlog also continuing to go up, or is that staying steady now, or is it coming down, or where do we stand?
So I can tell you at the end of fiscal year 2019, we had 880 in the backlog, and now with the presentation that I just made, it's about 960, 970. Let's see. I think it was so it is increasing.
Tamara.
Yes.
I have a question that, again, I know I said the last time, and I'm going to be a squeaky wheel. I'm so sorry. Okay. Mm-hmm. I know what Karen's priorities are, and just like she can be squeaky wheel too, I'm going to be mine. How do we get the, powers that be, meaning Senate or Congress, whoever, to come listen to us to say, you need to hire more people? How do we, we're an advisory committee, but if we really can't help hire people to process this faster because it needs approval from, the higher ups, how are we only supposed to be advising and just watching this and not be able to do anything about it?
So government employees, neither government employees can't lobby Congress. So we cannot invite Congress to this meeting to hear from us. We can't reach out to Congress directly. So you all, when you're members of the ACCV, you're considered special government employees. So none of us can lobby Congress. The only thing that can be done is, as you all have done, is to let the Secretary know that you support all parts of the program getting additional resources.
We want to keep doing that. Can we do it like once a week until they listen to us, or how does this work?
So you all have sent the recommendation. Well, the ACCV sent the recommendation. I want to say a year or so ago, and then with the last recommendation that we sent to the Secretary, it was reiterated in that one as well.
Because I feel like I mean, everybody on the, all the people on the call, am I wrong? There's like a ton of money sitting there, and when we're not using it to hire people to move things process, doesn't it just make sense to just use it to hire people to move the process? Or am I missing something?
That makes perfect sense to me.
Thank you. I just sometimes want to check myself. Thank you.
Thank you,
Tamara,
thank you, Barbara, for the support, and thank you for the ACCV for the support.
So can we bug you guys to help us, like literally just send another letter? And maybe, I'm sorry, I hope you all agree, where all we ask in this letter is that, so that they pay attention to what we're saying, as opposed to it being one line out and buried under 20 other requests.
If you all want to do that, that's completely up to you.
I move motion to propose that we all do that, and I don't know if that is that enough, or what else do I say officially to make a motion?
Can I add something? Barbara, a year ago or thereabouts, and Tamara, you would know better than I would, but there was a pretty detailed letter that was written with your assistance and HHS's assistance, kind of helping, and I think it even circulated maybe DOJ and the court, really putting numbers on paper showing the significance of the problem of underfunding that we have. This past time we just kind of reiterated the prior. So would it be too much trouble to kind of update that letter?
Yeah.
Sure. We can look at that letter, and you mean to provide the more detail about. I'm actually pulling it up now.
I mean, and I'm not just what I would do in that letter is something along the lines of, this is the 7th time we've reached out to you with this concern. Past dates include blah, 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 blah. We want to repeat the facts. We are this much behind on cases. We have this much extra money. We need to access the money to pay the people to process this. It is our job to support doing this. What else do we need to do, basically, in much nicer political words than what I said, but that would be the message I would put in there.
Yes, so we can help with that. So yes, we can update. The letter from 2018 is the one that did provide the information about the funding and the workload, and yes. So, and that was an attachment to just a simpler letter. So we can help facilitate updating that letter and including the points that Barbara just stated.
And probably John can say it much better than me,
Yeah, and we will send it, we can send it around for people to comment on, and yes, we can do that.
Thank you, Tamara.
Barbara, I'm partial to blah, 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 blah.
Right?
I'm partial to that.
Remember, I'm a simple pediatrician, but I do have a lot of people here that help me, because I'm like, I know if I say it the way I want to say it, it's not going to come across correctly, so I need somebody to help me say it, in the correct way.
Okay. So you all, so does everyone, now that one we need to take a vote on, that you want to, resend that letter with modifications. That's a vote that you all would need to take as a ACCV.
I vote yes, but I also proposed it, so I don't know if I'm supposed to vote.
No, you can vote, and everyone else?
Yes. John Howard, yes.
Okay.
Erin Kane, yes.
Okay.
And Bill Spiegel, just a quick question. Forgive my ignorance as the newcomer. Would the compensation for the additional reviewers, does that come out of that 3-point-something billion trust fund?
Yes. So how it works is that the trust fund is funded from an excise tax that's imposed on each disease prevented in a vaccine. So money is put in the trust fund, and to pay for the administrative expenses and the claims expenses for the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, Congress appropriates money from that trust fund each year to pay those expenses. So specifically, Congress will appropriate specific amounts to HRSA, which is our agency. They also appropriate money to the court and to DOJ. So all three of us get separate appropriations from Congress to administer our programs. And then here at HRSA, we also get another appropriation to pay the claims. So that's how it works. And so right now, what's being appropriated to us is not, generally what's being appropriated to us is not sufficient enough for us to process the claims as they're coming in. That's why we have a backlog.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah.
I would agree with the vote.
Okay. Okay.
Bill, is that Will or Bill? How do you go by what?
Bill. Bill is good.
So, Bill, we're pretty newcomers too, Karen and I. We started at the same time, so don't feel, like I think the only expert here right now is John.
You guys are in a lot of trouble if I'm the only expert.
Okay. All righty.
Well, then I think we've covered that. I've got another question. Tamara, you referenced some of this and you answered some of my questions.
Okay.
The public hearing on the MPRM, you indicated that it has not been set yet, but somebody is working on it. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you remind me what MPRM stands for?
It's the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. So it's when it's a regulatory process. So when the government is proposing to make changes to its processes, policies, then at times a notice of proposed rulemaking is issued, so that it's basically the proposed change, the changes that the government is proposing to make.
Yeah, that's the one about survey. I just want to remember what the NPR standed for. It sounded like a radio program, but thank you.
And so during that time that the notice of proposed rulemaking is available is a time for the public to give their comments. And then after the comment period ends, the federal government will review those comments and use those comments to make decisions, and then ultimately issue a final rule where they respond to those various comments and issue whatever changes, make the final changes that the government is planning to institute will become a part of that final rule.
Yeah.
Yes.
So do we know, is there any idea of when that's going to be approximately?
It would probably be sometime in November.
Is that going to be held live, or is that going to be a telephone call, or how's that going to work?
It'll be more than likely it'll be virtual too.
And how much notice, is there a requirement somewhere in one of these laws that says that for a meeting like this the government has to give X number of days notice, or how does that work?
You know what? I am not sure about that, but and I don't know, Andrea, do you have any, is that something that you can answer? Because I'm not sure if there is something that requires.
It's not in the Vaccine Act, but I'm not sure if that would just be part of like a regular Administrative Procedure Act, how much notice needs to be given. The Vaccine Act just says it needs to be held prior to the issuance of the final rule. But we could certainly look into that.
I'd like to know that if there's a way to figure that out. And the only other question I have in regards to the public meeting or public hearing, are people going, so back in May, people actually had to register to comment at the May meeting for the ACCV. Obviously this is going to be different, but are people going to have to register ahead of time to speak at this public hearing, or how does that work?
So they will have, so it wasn't necessarily registering even at the May 18th. It was like notifying us to ensure that you get on the agenda. So the same thing will occur with a public meeting too, is that, yes, we strongly encourage people to notify us that they want to make public comments so that we can, have a slot for them on the agenda. But then it will be open for the public to make comments. And just from a timing perspective, there generally has to be some time limits because, just to manage it all. So yes, so it would be people can notify us that they want to make public comments. We can put them on the agenda. There will be an opportunity for just people who didn't necessarily notify us to make comments. But again, it'll be limited because we need the opportunity for people to allow a sufficient number of people to make comments. Yes.
And all of that will be in the notice once it's published?
Yes, it will be, yes.
Okay. I think that's all I've got.
I have a quick question, Tamara. So So does the public comment period end? And hang on a second. So does the hearing happen after the public comments?
No, the public comment period ends January 12th of 2021, and more than likely the public hearing will be sometime in November, like the earlier part of November.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Tamara, will you, and I think Annie's running the slideshow. Can you go back to, there was a slide that you had that showed the number of adult cases and number of kids cases?
Yes. So are you talking about the cases that are filed?
That are filed.
Okay. Annie, so Annie, I have control, right? Or are you controlling? Oh, okay.
Let's stop here for a minute.
Oh, you want to stop here?
I do want to clarify this recent trends. The point at the bottom, nearly a 13-month wait for petitions to be reviewed by a HRSA physician. That doesn't apply to children's cases.
No, it doesn't apply to children's cases.
How long is it taking to get a child's case reviewed?
We are pretty much reviewing them when we have sufficient medical records. And let me just,
Yeah, if I remember correctly, you told us at the last meeting where Karen and I asked us that kids sort of get priority, right? If there's a case, they get moved ahead.
It's not necessarily a priority. It's just that we have separate teams that review adult versus pediatric cases. And pretty much when we have sufficient medical records, they get reviewed.
So there's not much of a delay. There need for more resources there that you think? Is it running smoothly then? Sort of?
So for the pediatric cases, we don't have a backlog.
All right, that's great.
But yeah.
Well, good news 2020. Thank you.
Okay, so so they get assigned and reviewed. Yeah, so once we have sufficient medical records, they get assigned and they get reviewed. Yes.
Yeah, my personal experience in the last year is that my children's cases are being reviewed literally within 60 days of when we confirm that we filed all medical records. So when we talk about this 13-month wait in this backlog, it really doesn't apply to the kids' cases. The kids' cases are still moving.
It's the adult cases, right?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So Annie, you want to?
One last question. John, when is your time over with us? Are you still with us for how long?
I'm out in December. I've got this one and one more.
All right, you're going to leave all the newbies alone?
You will quickly
you guys are going to be just fine.
Oh, boy.
You will quickly become experts.
Okay.
Isn't that amazing how you will become the experts then for, the new people that will come on board, and you all will be the experts.
All right.
Okay, thank you, everybody. And so I guess we're moving on to the next item on the agenda.
Yes, Ms. Perlman, is that right?
Yes. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Annie, I don't know how to control the slides, so are you able to do it for me?
I sure can.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Heather Perlman. I'm Assistant Director at the Office of Vaccine Litigation, and I will be presenting the report from the Department of Justice today. To begin, with our statistics, our reporting period is different than that of HHS and probably the court, so if the numbers are different, that is most likely the reason why. The reporting period today is for a 6-month period from February 16th through August 15th, 2020. During that time, there were 567 petitions filed, 47 were on behalf of minors, 520 were on behalf of adults. During the reporting period, there were 476 total petitions adjudicated. Of those, 372 were compensated. Among the 372, 164 cases were cases conceded by HHS. Almost all of them, 148, had a decision adopting a proffer, while 16 had a decision awarding damages. There were 208 cases that were not conceded by the government, the large majority of which were involving settlements, 201. There were also 5 decisions awarding damages and 2 decisions adopting a proffer. There were 104 cases that were not compensated and dismissed, and there were 10 cases that were voluntarily withdrawn during the period. Regarding appeals, there were 7 cases decided at the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit during the reporting period. 6 were appeals by petitioner, and the outcome was 2 were affirmed, 2 were remanded, 1 was affirmed in part and remanded in part, and 1 was dismissed. And there was 1 appeal by the government, and that case was affirmed. At the Court of Federal Claims, there were 8 cases there were 8 pending cases at the Federal Circuit during the reporting period. Of those, 6 were entitlement and 2 were attorney's fees and costs. There were no appeals by the respondent during that time. At the Court of Federal Claims during the reporting period, there were 10 cases total that were decided. 8 of the appeals, 8 were appeals by petitioner, and of those, 5 cases were affirmed. 1 was affirmed in part and remanded in part. 1 was withdrawn and 1 was denied. There were 2 appeals by respondent, and in those 2, 1 was affirmed and 1 was reversed. Pending at the Court of Federal Claims, there were 14 appeals, all of them by petitioners, 12 involving entitlement issues and 2 involving attorney's fees and costs. Regarding oral arguments in appellate issues, there was 1, EJ versus HHS, and that argument actually happened yesterday.
Are you guys doing that online?
It is being done orally.
Okay. I was just sorry.
Yeah. The court is I don't think people are physically allowed to be there unless they work there. Regarding the adjudicated settlement during the period, there were 201, and they are listed in the packet. As in the past, most of them or many of them involved an allegation of SERVA, and the majority of cases were settled within 2 years of the petition being filed. And I think that is it. As always, in the appendix, we have some information that could be useful. There's a glossary of terms, and there is a flow chart showing how a petition is processed in the Office of Special Masters, and then there are 2 charts showing the appeals process. And that is all I have. Thank you.
This is Karen. I have a question. I'm hearing that all or future cases will all be done via Zoom, or how is there a change where people won't be meeting in person that is not just COVID related and everything will be done online? Is that true?
Are you talking about hearings?
Right, yes.
I think the Chief Special Master, who is set to speak after me, is in a better place to address that. Okay. They are the ones who make the decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions for Ms. Perlman? Sounds like we can move on. Tamara, I had a few more questions I wanted to ask you. Is that okay?
Sure.
The 800-pound gorilla in the room, COVID-19, and the fact that we're about to have vaccines coming out. Barbara gave us a great bit of information earlier today about testing and where these vaccines stand in terms of testing for adults versus kids and this and that. But can you give us kind of just a thumbnail sketch of, let's just assume for sake of argument a vaccine comes out tomorrow for adults for COVID-19. If somebody had a problem, what would be their recourse? And then how would this potentially come under the umbrella of the BICP at some point in the future if in fact it did? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
I want to just kind of get a framework.
Sure, yes. So there is a program that we also administer called the Countermeasures Injury Compensation Program. And that program is intended to cover any type of countermeasure that is used to address some type of threat. So it could be an emergency threat, a public health threat, a security threat. So because COVID currently is being used to treat the threat of a public health threat or which is a pandemic, the Secretary has issued a declaration that any countermeasure to treat, diagnose, mitigate, and then there are a few other words, COVID-19, are to be covered under the countermeasure program. So if and when a COVID vaccine is developed, or even during the clinical trials, the COVID-19 vaccine is covered under the countermeasures program. So if someone is injured by during clinical trials, they could file a claim with the countermeasures program. For a COVID vaccine to be covered by the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, a couple of things would have to happen first. It would have to be recommended by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. They would have to recommend it for routine administration to children or pregnant women. Also, an excise tax has to be imposed on it because, as I mentioned earlier, for the tax is actually used to fund the Vaccine Injury Compensation Trust Fund. So the tax has to be imposed on it, and then ultimately the Secretary has to add the vaccine to the table. So those things need to occur before the vaccine can be covered by the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. But right now it's covered by the Countermeasures Injury Compensation Program.
Quick question then to clarify. Great question, by the way, John. Thank you. If it's under a study, like right now, I understand it's covered under Countermeasures Program. Yes. If it's ACIP recommended, it's covered by the Vaccine Injury Program.
No, it's not just that it's ACIP recommended. It has to be recommended by CDC because ACIP is making a recommendation. Generally, their recommendations are to the director of the CDC.
Got it.
So CDC has to recommend it for routine administration to children or pregnant women.
Got it. So
and it has to be taxed.
Yeah.
So CDC could recommend it, but if it's not taxed, then it's not going to be covered.
Yeah. And so, for example, if it's recommended, which I think is what's going to happen, and may come under emergency use authorization once we have enough data on the phase 3, it's not yet recommended per se or voted on by ACIP. I guess there's a way, I don't know, and please guide me here, where it might not be FDA approved yet, but still be recommended by CDC, kind of similar to like what happened in 2009, I guess. So, when we have
So for H1N1, the H1N1, when it was a monovalent vaccine, it was covered by the Countermeasures Program.
Got it.
It didn't become covered by the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program until it became an antigen within the existing seasonal flu vaccine. So that's how it was covered so quickly, is because it became an antigen in an existing vaccine.
So what about, another example is the meningococcal vaccine for meningococcal B. When it came under authorization for emergency use when we were having these breaks in colleges, we allowed it as EIA, but it didn't become FDA approved for another 2 years. And it's a Category B, as you know, with ACIP. So where does that one fall, for example? Because I think that's what's going to happen with Corona. So I'm just trying to understand where that falls.
So with meningococcal, so the other thing that makes a difference is how the tax language is written. So the program was already covering meningococcal as a category of vaccines. So because the program had already covered meningococcal as a category and it was taxed as a category, then when the meningococcal B came out, it was covered.
Even though it wasn't FDA approved?
Yes, because we cover that category of vaccines.
So this is a completely new beast because we don't have a coronavirus vaccine then. This is going to be
right.
brand new.
Yes, exactly right.
So
yes.
Interesting. And also the other thing that's going to be interesting about this one is it's going to be approved for adults before it's approved for children. So when CDC recommends it, it's going to recommend it for adults, not for children, so it's not going to be covered by the injury program.
So it depends on, is it going to be recommended for pregnant women? Because that's the other thing, we recommend,
Not yet.
So if it's a CDC recommendation, routine use recommendation for children or pregnant women.
So right now it's not going to be recommended for that. Not yet, like at least in the near future. It might in the future, but for now let's pretend it's not.
It still will be covered under the Countermeasures program then.
Okay, got it. So it's always one or the other. There's no limbo.
No, I'm not going to say it's always, because it depends on what it is. It's not to say it's always, because for the countermeasures to cover some category of vaccine or some other type of countermeasure, it has a declaration. The secretary has to issue a declaration for it. And then for it to be covered under the vaccine program, I had mentioned what the requirements are, that it has to be a routine use recommendation for children or pregnant women by CDC. It has to be taxed and then ultimately added to the vaccine injury table. So it just depends on what the circumstances are of which program covers it. And then, it depends on the circumstances just in general to determine whether, if one of the programs cover it, and then which program will cover it.
Fascinating. Thank you. Very useful.
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is Karen. I was curious. This was actually on one of my topics for new business. Do you know the track record? What I'm reading on the track record for compensation doesn't look good, but I was wondering if, this seems like something that's very close, and this also goes back to the Mprm in item 17, because Secretary Azar cannot put this, I think that leaves him the ability to not put this part of the table injury and not put this part of the vaccine injury compensation program. But what is the compensation record, and also do we need to look more into this? I was really thinking that maybe we should have somebody present, and maybe everyone's answers have just been answered, but to learn more about the countermeasures program, because it really feels that this is very close coming to the vaccine injury compensation program.
But does that program fall under this committee, Tamara? I mean, it's fascinating. I would like to hear about it, but is it under our...
No, it doesn't. It doesn't fall within the purview of this committee, because it's a separate program, and the Vaccine Act specifically states that this commission is to basically advise on the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program.
Yeah.
And the countermeasures. No.
No, I understand. Makes sense. I mean, Karen, I'm with you. It'd be fascinating to hear about it, but yeah.
Well, and what do we know? Are there any reports that maybe you could share? Or the reports that I'm reading are very grim on the compensation for the injured.
So, you're referring to the media reports that you've been seeing?
Right.
Yeah, okay. So we can always do a presentation about the program, and the program is the payer of last resort. So the program pays after all other third parties have paid. But the program has paid compensation, and it does pay compensation. So yeah.
Okay, it sounds like we have so much else going on, but I think this is such an important issue, especially as the COVID vaccine is obviously going to be pushed. And okay, I find that very interesting too, Barbie. I feel like more information. I'm always welcoming more information on the Countermeasures Injury Compensation Program.
Tamara, I have two more questions. One's a short one. One may not be as short, but the short one is, I heard or read or saw that there's been a total of only like 37 or 39 claims ever compensated through the Countermeasures program. Is that accurate?
Yes, it's been a total of 39 that have been determined compensable, and 29 were compensated because we had sufficient information to be able to compensate them.
And over how long of a period of time is that?
It was 2009. But so the thing to remember about the Countermeasures program is the Countermeasures program only deals with usually emergency situations. So that was primarily for the H1N1 vaccine. And we've had, in that program, there have been like a handful of claims that have been filed for smallpox and anthrax vaccine, but primarily those claims were filed for H1N1. So it's not as if the claims are filed on an ongoing basis like it is with the vaccine injury compensation program, because that program is intended to address claims that are being filed on behalf of some sort of emergency situation.
Okay. The other question I had for you, the Mprm that is currently under review or that's been published, is that potentially going to have any impact on whether or not a COVID vaccine becomes a part of the VICP?
No, it wouldn't affect that, because as I said, as long as the vaccine is recommended for routine administration to children or to pregnant women and is taxed and is added to the table, it would become a covered vaccine.
Okay, so this removal of Section 17 that's proposed doesn't have any impact on how that happens?
So it could have, what it could affect is the process for the vaccine to be added. But the vaccine would be added, it just would affect the process potentially.
And how does it change the process?
So currently now, there is a new vaccines category. So if a new vaccine meets the criteria to be added, then currently it's added to the new vaccines category. And then a notice is issued by the secretary that is being added to that new vaccines category. And then later we do rulemaking to add it as a separate category. So because that rulemaking can take anywhere from a year to 2 years. So that's kind of how the process works now. My understanding with the proposed rule is that it will remove that new vaccines category. So we would have to do rulemaking to add a vaccine to the table. So we would have to do a notice of proposed rulemaking, then a final rule to add a vaccine to the table. But then once we make changes to the table, there still would be a look-back provision that would allow claims to be filed for injuries that occurred 8 years prior. And then people have 2 years from the date of that change to file a claim. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Okay. So it sounds like it lengthens the process potentially.
Yes. Well, yes.
But with a look-back period.
Even if it was added to the new vaccines category, it's a look-back period for that too. Yes. So either way, anytime a change is made to the table, anytime like a new vaccine is added or a new injury is added, there's always that look-back provision or look-back period, where individuals have 2 years from the date of the change to file for claims that occurred up to 8 years prior.
Okay.
So it's just a different process, as I said, for adding vaccines. Yes, it would be a different process with the Mprm. If the proposed Mprm, or if the Mprm becomes the final rule, it would be a different process than what we currently use for adding vaccines to the table.
And just one more quick question. I guess the ACCV even kind of sua sponte could recommend the addition of the vaccine to the table once it's been recommended for children, right, by CDCP?
So yeah, so anytime a change is made to the table, a change is being proposed to be made to the table, the ACCV has to be consulted. So the ACCV would be consulted at the time that either because let's talk about, if you talk about the COVID vaccine. So if the COVID vaccine is recommended for routine administration to children or to pregnant women, and it's taxed, then the ACCV would be consulted about adding that vaccine to the table.
Gotcha. Okay. I think
because technically you would be making a change to the table by adding that vaccine to the table.
Okay. That's all I have. I have one question for Ms. Perlman.
Okay. Oh.
I'm here.
Would it be possible to get the citations for these cases that are on appeal?
That are pending appeal or that have been decided?
That are pending appeal. Somebody had asked me recently how to find those cases, and I went to try and find them, and the appeals referenced in your presentation, I went to try and find them, and I couldn't find them in Westfall.
I haven't run into a problem finding them on Westlaw. I will say that the court also publishes the opinions on their website, so they may be found there, but if there are any questions, it shouldn't be a problem getting you the citations of the decisions.
I was just thinking in future presentations, it might be nice to have a citation next to the name.
That is something I can certainly look into.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anybody else have any questions for Ms. Perlman or Tamara? And if not, we can probably go on to our next agenda item. Is that right, Tamara?
Sure, yep.
All right, moving right along. It looks like the Chief Special Master is
Yes, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here today.
Excellent. Okay, good. All right. So I have a short presentation to make to sort of update you all on where we are at OSM in terms of taking care of business and handling cases, especially during the pandemic, because it's certainly been a challenge to doing the work that we normally try to do. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our caseload, about the PAR process, which we initiated in the winter this year formally. We started it last fall, but it's sort of become a thing now with all of our cases, and tell you also what SPU is doing, and then finally some of the challenges we face with the pandemic. So here's a chart that gives you a sense. We use this every year when we normally have the judicial conference, but since we're not doing that this year, here it is. It shows you the increases in filings year by year, fiscal year. The fiscal year that we're in now is closing pretty soon, and you'll note obviously we've had a little bit of a drop in filings than what we would normally experience, and I don't know what to attribute that to. I don't know whether it's the pandemic or what. I would anticipate that by the end of the calendar year, we will be close to where we normally are, maybe a little bit off, but not by more than 100 cases. But we have seen a little bit of a slowdown, but I think it may have something to do with the crisis that we're facing. So as of the end of July, we had nearly 3,000 open cases, meaning cases that are pending before a special master that have not been decided, or a case where entitlement has been decided and we're in the damages phase, but it's not closed out. And you can see here, we can illustrate what I was referring to, that we have noticed some fewer cases filed just even this past July than we did the year prior, although we are still closing about the same number of cases. And then there's a 13% drop on a calendar year basis. Sometimes we have observed that there's a rush of filings in the fall because given the number of SERVA injuries we deal with right now, counsel are often looking sort of at the statute of limitations, and since people get vaccinated in the fall, the limitations start to turn, as you get closer to October and November, so we get a bunch of filings at that time. So time will tell if the number equals what we normally expect. But it's still a lot of matters we have to decide and a lot of work for sure. Now, the PAR process was sort of begun last fall, and it has now been formally embraced by OSM. And essentially what it does is it was intended to make sure that before cases were referred to DOJ, and DOJ went off to its client HHS to figure out what the case was about and whether the case was supportable, that enough documents were filed with the petition to do an actual meaningful review of the matter, because what we were finding frequently was that petitions were being filed with very few documents, and it wasn't any inadvertence, although technically the Act does require you to file a petition with many different documents. But counsel were trying to get cases filed. Sometimes they were up against the statute of limitations. They hadn't had a chance to look at everything, and then that was adding delay in the program. And as you've already seen from the presentation earlier today, there's a backlog in HHS's review, and it was only increasing that problem, because the first thing that the parties would do for 5 months would be to wrangle over whether enough documents had been filed to even look at the claim. So what PAR does is when a case comes in, it's technically assigned to me. It is we have a group of people at OSM who manage these filings. They look over the claim and try to figure out are the core materials that are needed to be filed to look at the claim and assess its viability, have they been filed? And we have a staff attorney and some paralegals that work on this. Once the process is done, an activation order is issued, and the case goes out to another special master, and it's ready to go. Now, that does not mean if something is activated that there aren't still more documents that the respondent might say they want or the parties might agree are necessary. But it should not hold the case up. That should be a tertiary consideration. Two other things I'll note. We've added a requirement about filing of certified records, because a lot of times there's a dispute between the respondent and petitioners about are these the accurate copies of the records, and that's important, especially to respondent, because they if they're going to settle a case, they need to have confidence that everything is accurately filed and is what it is. The other thing is we have a questionnaire that we now require as part of the PAR process. The Petitioners Council have to fill out, and that's very helpful in identifying the kinds of records that need to be filed. Oops. Now, the SPU. The SPU lives on, and it continues to be a very important part of OSM's work and a way that we can expedite resolution of these matters, because I think as I've been listening into the comments that the committee members are making, obviously there's reasonable concern that matters be resolved as expeditiously and generously as possible. And so 6 or 7 years ago, one of the predecessor, my second predecessor in chief, Denise Val, decided that this was a good idea and that we needed a subsection of OSM that would look at cases that were likely to settle, and that would be either kinds of claims that we see a lot, like flu GBS, table claims, or claims that were self-evidently not going to go forward. For example, if a claim asserts a non-covered vaccine, it's surely going to get dismissed. So that the idea was that we would also handle things that way too. So the SPU process is what it has been for a while. We make a determination after the petition is filed whether the case should go into SPU. It's assigned to me. I manage the SPU process. I make all decisions relating to SPU cases, although we have a body of 11 or 12 staff attorneys here at OSM who help me administer these claims, and they often do a lot of the initial groundwork in looking at the claim, having a conference maybe with the parties, and then informing me what they learn. And so through this group of staff attorneys that work at OSM, we analyze these claims and try to figure out, can this be settled, how quickly, what's the case about, and that's the goal, to move it to a point of resolution as fast as possible. Now here you can see that the majority of cases that have been filed over the past 6 or 7 years, I don't know how it will turn out for this fiscal year, but my prediction it will be consistent. More than 50%, almost 60%, are SPU assigned cases. The special masters are very busy regardless with all of the other claims, because the claims that don't get assigned to SPU are the more complicated, complex claims. If it's a child injury claim and it's not a very easy one to resolve, like a table interception, it's going to go to one of the special masters, and it's going to take a lot longer to resolve, and there might be more issues that have to be thought about. But if we think it can be resolved cleanly in SPU, that's where it's going to go. So we're trying to make use of this process. Now, since I became the chief last fall, I have tried to refocus SPU a little bit and to build on its success, but then improve it too. And what I have really done is I've urged internally, and now we're taking it outside to the petitioners and to Respondents Council when a case is assigned to SPU, because of course we decide if it should go into SPU. I have made it clear that I want cases not to stay in SPU more than 1 year. Now that year runs roughly from the time the case comes out of PAR. So, case is filed, it might be in the PAR process for 2 or 3 months. Once it's activated and it goes to a special master, well, to me, an SPU, I want it resolved in a year. The only exception I will make is if the parties are able to reach agreement on entitlement, like say the government concedes entitlement in a SERVA case, but then the damages have to be worked out. I'll let it stay longer so that they have a chance to do that. But I am doing things on the back end in a case like that to close out the case. In particular, what I started in May, and I've done now 3 times, and I'm going to do it again twice more this fall, and I hope to make it a monthly process, is I have a motions day now, once a month, and I line up 4 to 6 SPU cases where there's a discrete issue that I can resolve on the record after I hear argument. Typically, so far, it's been pain and suffering. So a lot of SERVA cases, the dispute will be how much should the pain and suffering award be. The petitioner wants $180,000, the government wants to pay $90,000, right? That's a good example. I've seen that fact pattern more than once now, and I have to decide it. So the parties brief the issue. I let them make an argument to me. The arguments are being made telephonically right now, obviously, because of the pandemic. But at some point in the as near future as the situation permits, I will have the counsel come into my hearing room, and I'll do it live. I listen to what they say, and then I make a decision right then and there, because that's faster than having the process of writing a decision and going through it and doing all the analysis that has to be done. Now, finally, and I heard comments about, well, what are we doing about the pandemic, and what about hearings and things like that? Right now, our court, the Court of Federal Claims, in conjunction with the Federal Circuit, has issued an order which has been renewed a couple of times. It said that no non-court personnel can come into the court. Now, we are not technically in the court. We're in the annex across the street, as anyone knows who's been over here to see our space. But it applies to us as well. However, we have had proceedings, and we are permitted by the court to have in-person proceedings as long as there's not 1 million people there. So it puts a little bit of a dent in terms of getting our work done, for sure. What we've been doing is many of my colleagues have been having video hearings. We're very familiar at OSM with witnesses and experts testifying remotely. Right before the crisis, I had a trial in March, and one of the experts was in California. He didn't come because of the growing concern at the time about travel. So, and I've had cases where more than one person testifies remotely. So it's not something new for us. It does create some complications. The technology does not always work perfectly. Glitches happen. We have to roll with it, and we try to anticipate everything that can go wrong. Now, this is not going to be the norm forever. We will always continue to be willing to hear people remotely or witnesses or attorneys when appropriate, but our preference will always be to have live hearings. And as soon as I think I can, for example, with my motions day, if I can have counsel live before me, I'm going to do it. And I have hearings coming up, and I'm very hopeful that maybe by January, if not sooner, I can invite people back in, although it may not be everybody. It might just be counsel and maybe one expert, because we do need to keep a sort of a limit on how many people are physically present here. We're doing things, by the way, to make our courtroom, safe. We have some plexiglass that they've been installing in the court and over here at our hearing room to separate parties, so that we're not breathing on each other. And we have a temperature station and some other things that we're putting into effect that will ensure safety. And we would obviously also require mask wearing during a proceeding except when someone was talking. But we're doing all video as much as possible now so that we can keep the ball rolling and keep deciding cases, but it is not going to be the forever norm. And we'll go back to what we did before at some point, which would be having remote witnesses and remote individuals where appropriate. I will also note, I looked quickly over the summer at our productivity, and I was very glad to see that for the comparable period I looked at, so March to June of last year versus this year, we did about the same in terms of the number of decisions we issued, fees awarded, things like that. So we have kept up with our work. I do worry going into 2021 that we're going to start to slow down in terms of hearings. I mean, as you know, we're all already burdened with a lot of cases, and it's made it very difficult to schedule things for resolution as quickly as they should be, which is a priority for me. So we will have to figure out other ways to continue to expedite what we do. I mean, too fast is as bad as not fast enough, because if we go too fast, we risk not looking at the matter carefully enough and listening to every point that we might need to think about. And we don't want to shortchange petitioners. We must give petitioners a full and fair opportunity to prove their claim. So that's a balancing act for us. But I am pleased at the amount of work that we've been accomplishing despite the limitations imposed by this pandemic. And as always, we're going to keep going and keep doing what we can to process these claims and to give them the fair hearing that they deserve. And that's what I have to say, but I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
Thank you.
This is John Howie. I have a question for you. I actually have two questions. One is about the PAR, and I'll tell you, when this was first rolled out, I don't know what I want to say. I was skeptical, but I've really kind of enjoyed having a spot where I can almost park a case until I can make sure that I've got everything the way that it needs to be. And one of the things that I found in my practice, and I'm sure everybody else that does what I do is experiencing the same thing, is it's taking an increasing amount of time to get medical records from providers, because a lot of these providers have sent their medical records departments home. When the PAR was initially rolled out, my understanding was there was going to be a limitation on how long a case could sit in the PAR. Have you guys thought about that? Have you thought about allowing cases to sit as long as a petitioner's counsel needs it to sit? How's that working?
Well, that's an interesting question. I mean, and it illustrates the balancing that we have to do in terms of how long things take. So, I've seen some cases, for example, where something comes out of par, and my presumption is, well, if it's out of par, it's time to go. Let's figure the case out. Let's get it going. And then the respondent will say, well, wait a second. There's a couple of things we need, and we can't. HHS needs them in order to analyze the claim. And I think, well, sorry, too late. But it can go the other way, too, as you're pointing out, Mr. Howard. You could have a situation where you are in good faith trying to get everything. You may have a lot of things you need, but not everything, and it may be beyond your control. We will see. I'm not going to punish petitioners who are trying to prove their case and are limited by the real-world exigencies that we're facing right now. So if something has to take longer because, you can't get records from a hospital because of personnel issues, we'll have to take that into account. But I don't, as a general matter, want things to sit in par for too long, especially because, different kinds of records have different importance at different stages of the litigation. So if we have enough records in a case to analyze the injury and there's proof of vaccination, things like that, other records that might, say, corroborate damages, I could wait on. It'll kind of depend. But we're not going to make, it's not a torture chamber. It's an intent to make sure that everybody agrees there's enough that's been filed so we can go forward and look at the case. And we'll have to see as time marches on whether it's taking a really long time for people to get things because of things beyond their control.
Thank you for that answer. I appreciate that. The other question I had for you, and this has obviously been a hot topic lately, there's uncertainty, at least from my perspective, in regards to the Secretary's proposed table change. If the effect of that change is to remove SERVA from the table, has the court given any thought as to how that's going to impact the processing of those claims? I mean, are they still going to be handled within the SPU? Are they going to be automatically referred out of the SPU because they're no longer table cases? Has the court given any thought to what impact that may have?
Well, I'm in the blessed position of not having to take too many positions on this question, and I understand why ACCV is interested in it, because it's a very interesting question. But, at the end of the day for us, we enforce the law, right? So we dismiss cases all the time where someone asserts a claim under a covered vaccine. I'll tell you, I saw a news story in Washington, D.C. about SERVA, and the reporter interviewed a guy who'd gotten the non-covered form of the pneumococcal, and he couldn't bring a claim. And for our standpoint, that's the ball game. But from his standpoint, that was unreasonable. And so this is sort of similar issue, because what we will do when and if it's something, a table change is made, pro or con, is respond to it appropriately. And I do recall that the rulemaking, I think the intent maybe would be, I think what HHS's intent would be, if they can pull it off, is to sort of wipe them all out somehow. But if there's a limitations issue or some remain, we'll keep addressing them. But at this point, we've developed a lot of jurisprudence on a lot components of SERVA claims, things like, I think that the former chief, Special Master Dorsey, did an excellent job of laying out the thinking on pain and suffering, for example, in SERVA claims, and what the numbers should be, given the medians and given some reasoned decisions. So we'll keep looking at things like that, and we will, I think, if the table were changed such that it just was taken off the table, but it was still a viable claim, we'd still have to think about, well, is it a kind of claim that should be resolved expeditiously, like a flu GBS claim? Like flu GBS is table and non-table, and there are a lot of flu GBS claims that might not be good table claims, but still might be settlable. And I think our default usually is to put any flu GBS claim into SPU, even if, once we look at it closely, we say, well, wait, there's a problem with the onset. It's no longer a table claim. But we sort of default that way. So we'll do what we can, depending upon what the law is. I mean, we enforce the law at the end of the day, right? But we will do what we can to process claims that are common in a consistent manner. And so, I don't foresee that anything's going to change dramatically, even if it comes off the table in terms of how we process stuff. We might still put them in the SPU.
Okay, that answers my question. I really appreciate that. So in theory, it could just be business as usual from the processing perspective.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if a common claim gets asserted a lot, and it's one that we know a lot about, that's an argument for putting in an SPU, table or not. So, that was one of the thinking behind the creation of SPU. So that's not going to change. And if we have we still have 60% of our filings are SERVA claims, whether or not it's on the table, we're going to analyze it in the most expeditious manner we can, and it might make sense to continue to put them in SPU.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Does anybody else have any questions for Chief Special Master Corcoran? I think you're free to go.
All right. Well, thank you very much, everyone, and I hope you have a good conference the rest of the day.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
So, Tamara?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I see that I'm up next with a work group update, but it may make sense to bump me to the end and we could get right back kind of on schedule.
Okay, sure.
If y'all want to do that, we could take a short break.
Okay.
And then dive right into Mr. Duffy with CDC afterwards.
Okay. So how long of a break, John, would you like?
I don't need more than about 10 to 15 minutes personally, but I'm happy to work with everybody's schedules.
I was about to say 5 minutes because the faster we finish this, the better for me.
Okay. So, John, you want to say you want to be back, you want people to be back online at what, 12:25? Because I'm looking at the clock. Okay, 12:25 we'll start back up.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So
Karen, I'm here.
Okay. Barbara and Bill, are you there? So Barbara or Bill, are either one of you all there?
Bueller. Bueller.
Okay. Bill said he's trying to get back on, so I don't know if he hung up because they sent a message to us. Annie and Amber, are you there?
I'm here, Tamara Zamber.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So, okay, Bill said he wants to know the code again to, okay.
You got that handy, Tamara, or?
Yeah, I'm
72421.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so I guess we'll give him a chance to get back in because I know Barbara said she was splitting her time between two different things. So once he gets in, we can get started again.
So Tamara, did you guys do like the whole onboarding with Bill yesterday? How did that go?
We did, no, we did a virtual orientation. So we actually recorded the entire orientation and sent it to him.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure how y'all were going to do that.
Yes, we're all having to be creative nowadays. So Annie, are you able to check with the operator, see if Bill is out there? Because I know for me it took a while to get back in.
Sure, we can ask for operator.
Yes, this is the operator.
Do you have either William Spiegel or Barbara Fahoud waiting to get back in?
I'm back on,
now,
folks.
Oh, okay. I think I just heard Bill.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
Okay.
It looks like
so we
might be on mute. She is dialed in and connected. She might be on mute on her end, but she's good to go whenever she tunes back in.
Okay, perfect.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
John, we can start the meeting back up then.
Excellent. So I guess our next speaker is Mr. Duffy from CDC.
Hello.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Let's see if I can figure out how to control the slides. Okay. Let's see. I'm not sure how to switch this. Oh, here. Let me see. Okay. All right. So I'll be providing the update from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Immunization Safety Office. So the outline for this talk is first I'll just provide our standard usual update on recent publications since the last meeting update. And then in the second half of the presentation, I'll provide an update on COVID-19 vaccine activities from the CDC perspective with a focus on safety monitoring. So just to go over recent publications from the Immunization Safety Office. So just in brief, this first publication, this was a publication looking at the order of live and inactivated vaccines and risk of non-vaccine targeted infection in U.S. children 11 to 23 months of age. And this was published in the Pediatric Infectious Disease Journal. And this is a study that was done using our vaccine safety data link system. So the point of this study was that there's a hypothesis that certain live vaccines may actually provide protection against infectious diseases which are not targeted by the vaccine. So for example, that measles vaccine would protect against diseases other than measles. This is an idea that originated based on observations made in low-income countries many years ago, and in recent years there's been more interest in looking at this hypothesis in high-income countries such as the United States. So that's what this study addressed. So essentially they used the vaccine safety data link to use our access to medical healthcare encounter information and looked at a cohort of over 400,000 children to see if the order in which live and inactivated vaccines were given had any association with the risk or rates of non-vaccine targeted infections. And so this study did find a modest decrease in non-vaccine targeted infections among children who received a live vaccine as their most recent vaccine. But these are very small associations, and so the authors felt that the conclusions were limited by the small magnitude of the effect, and their conclusions were that their results did support the current sequence of live and inactivated vaccines in the U.S. vaccine schedule. The next publication I'd like to explain was titled Age Inappropriate Influenza Vaccination in Infants Less than 6 months old from 2010 to 2018. So this study was published in the journal Vaccine, and this used the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System as the source of data. And so again, just in brief, the point of the study is that influenza vaccines are neither licensed nor recommended for children under 6 months of age. As reported to VAERS, we observed that occasionally some children under 6 months do receive the influenza vaccine despite the recommendation. And so the point of the study was to determine how many of those reports there were and what factors may have been involved. So this investigation identified 114 reports of children receiving it at less than the recommended age. And they identified several factors leading to this inappropriate administration, including group visits in which more than one patient was present, so mix-ups between which patient was meant to be receiving which vaccine, providers not verifying the patient's information, and confusion between different vaccine products. So the authors concluded that this information should be helpful in identifying these types of mistakes and helping prevent them in the future. This next publication is titled The Risk of Subdeltoid Bursitis Following Influenza Vaccination, a Population-Based Cohort Study. So this study was published in the Annals of Internal Medicine Journal, and this was a study using, again, the Vaccine Safety Data Link system. And so this study was to examine the risk of subdeltoid bursitis following influenza vaccination. This study specifically examined people who received influenza vaccination during the 2016-2017 influenza season and included more than 2.9 million people who received vaccine. This analysis used what is known as a self-controlled risk interval analysis to compare the rate of bursitis in the 3 days following vaccination to a control period 30 to 60 days following vaccination. And so the conclusion is that there was an increased risk with an estimated 7.78 excess cases of bursitis per 1 million persons vaccinated. The conclusion was that while this increased risk existed, that the absolute risk overall was small. But that, these are potentially preventable injuries, and so that was why it was important to identify how often they occur and provide information to make providers more aware about potential ways to prevent these adverse events. This next paper was titled Determining Which of Several Simultaneously Administered Vaccines Increase Risk of an Adverse Event. This study was published in the Journal of Drug Safety. And so this was a methods study, sort of a simulation to evaluate the epidemiologic methods used to investigate this question as opposed to investigate an actual vaccine safety question per se. So this used data and drew on data from the Vaccine Safety Data Link healthcare records. But again, like I said, it was using a simulation. The point was basically that obviously children receive multiple vaccines on the same day, and if a child has an adverse event, the question then arises which, if any, of those vaccines may have caused the event. And so this was a simulation to look at 5 scenarios to help determine how the excess risk could be determined or attributed to one or more of those vaccines that were simultaneously administered, with the assumption that other vaccines would not be involved. And so this paper just explains those methods and validated them for future use in actual research studies. And then finally, this paper is titled Monitoring the Safety of High-Dose Trivalent Inactivated Influenza Vaccine in the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System for the period 2011 to 2019. So as the title explains, this is a review of reports to the VAERS system, specifically looking at the high-dose vaccine for influenza. So this identified over 12,000 reports submitted to VAERS over that time period for that vaccine. In summary, there were no patterns or unexpected trends in adverse event reporting, and no new safety concerns were identified in this comprehensive review. Okay, so now to transition to the second topic of COVID-19. So just as a reminder of background, I'm sure most people are familiar with this, but the term coronavirus disease 2019 refers to the disease caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus. The pandemic was declared on March 11th of this year. The United States government declared a national emergency concerning COVID-19 on March 13th. So as of August 23rd, when these slides were prepared, there were more than 5.6 million total cases of COVID-19 disease reported in the United States. The U.S. government's Operation Warp Speed goal is to produce and deliver 300 million doses of safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines, with initial doses available by January 2021 is the stated goal. So from activities that CDC are doing, I'm going to focus particularly on the role of CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. So ACIP is intended to develop recommendations on how to use vaccines to control disease in the United States. The ACIP normally holds 3 meetings each year, and in response to this pandemic, the ACIP has added emergency meetings monthly on an ongoing basis. And in April of this year, the ACIP established a COVID-19 vaccines work group to help inform evidence-based approaches to COVID vaccination policy. So to talk more about the COVID vaccines work group for the ACIP, the topic under consideration is the use of COVID-19 vaccines in the U.S. population. The work group's activities focus on reviewing safety and immunogenicity data, reviewing the epidemiology of disease and identifying potential target populations for vaccination, to discuss potential vaccine prioritization plans in the event of insufficient early vaccine supply, again, whereas the stated goal is to have 300 million doses, the assumption is that not all 300 million doses will be available at one time. And also to identify areas where additional data are needed to inform vaccine recommendations, and then finally to develop vaccine policy options for ACIP to consider for those recommendations. So the work group is composed of 41 members, including ACIP voting members, liaison members, ex officio members, and expert consultants. The work group also has a vaccine safety technical subgroup to advise the main work group on the safety of COVID-19 vaccines, both reviewing evidence from the clinical development, and then we'll continue to make recommendations in a post-licensure, post-approval phase. So just to transition, talk about what COVID-19 vaccines are in development. So worldwide, it's been said that there's over 200 vaccine candidates in development. And as people I'm sure are aware, there's a variety of different vaccine technologies, also known as vaccine platforms, that are being used to develop these vaccine candidates. So this slide just lists 3 examples that represent the technologies that are furthest along in development for vaccines in the United States. And so just briefly, recombinant protein vaccines with or without adjuvants. That's a technology or platform that has previously been used for other licensed vaccines, such as the recombinant influenza vaccine. RNA vaccines, that is a platform or approach that has not previously been used in a licensed vaccine in the United States. And then viral vectors, that's using a live attenuated virus to include the COVID antigens in a different type of virus. And that's generally a type of platform that has been used for the Ebola vaccine, which has been approved in the United States. So this slide lists information that comes from that website listed at the bottom that explains operational warp speed. And this just lists the 6 vaccine candidates to date that have received funding from Operation Warp Speed. So this is funding from the United States government to for the development and manufacture of these vaccine candidates. And so, as you can see, there are 6 different manufacturers that have received funding to date, and they represent those three platforms that I mentioned previously, with 2 different candidates from each of those categories under development. And so, just to briefly summarize, so the 3 vaccines that are furthest along in clinical development are the one from Moderna, the one from AstraZeneca, and the one from the Pfizer and BioNTech collaboration. The vaccines for Moderna and Pfizer, both there was information presented at the ACIP meeting last week on results of phase 1 clinical trials, and then all 3 of those have initiated phase 3 clinical trials in the United States. So from a vaccine safety perspective, CDC's Immunization Safety Office is planning for the safety, surveillance, and monitoring of COVID vaccines. And just as a reminder, CDC's role in vaccine safety monitoring really comes in typically after a vaccine is approved or authorized by the FDA. So this is planning for after there's some authorization of vaccine. So these are not activities that have initiated yet, but are planned to initiate when that time comes. And so ISO will use its 3 existing established vaccine safety systems, which, just as a reminder, are the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, the Vaccine Safety Data Link, and then plans for studies in the Clinical Immunization Safety Assessment Project. And then in addition to this, ISO is also planning and exploring collaboration with other federal agencies to use other data sources. So, for example, collaborations with FDA, Department of Defense, Veterans Administration, and other components of HHS to hopefully provide a comprehensive safety evaluation of these vaccines once, assuming they are approved. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
I have a quick question. This is Barbara Pahood. How are you doing? Thank you for that.
Hi.
Do you have any information on pipeline of vaccines for children, since everything we've heard so far has been for adults?
Well, I think as you were stating earlier, I'm not aware that any of the studies have included children, and I think like you were saying that,
okay.
I
thought you might have more information than me. Sorry.
No, I mean, I have not heard anything different than what you were saying earlier.
Okay. Thank you.
This is Karen. I have questions, and I talked to Barbara about this earlier, but I'm feeling very confused. So I'm just going to share with you the notes of the questions that I have, and maybe you'll have the answers, because I understand, well, okay, so basically the clinical trials are only capturing adverse events for 28 days is what I'm reading, and then the clinical trial is only capturing adverse events that occur more than 28 days after the injection if the participant withdraws from the trial, and then if the participant does not withdraw from the clinical trial, things like autoimmune, neurological, and chronic health disorders seem to be ignored, and so the studies design will only capture adverse events for 1 month and serious events for 6 months to 2-year trial. But before, I don't know if you were listening, when you look at some of those events that you're not by, I guess, law looking at are very serious: alopecia, seizures, disease, lupus, erythematosus, vasculitis, Bell's palsy, hypotonic migraine, myelitis, neuropathy, mental disorders, rhinitis, and vertigo, and those will not be followed. But, of course, people looking at all events makes sense, but if it's not the law, why aren't we tracking, if you're tracking the person for a 2-year clinical trial, why aren't we tracking all the safety concerns? That's my questions.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So first I would say that, the current trials, clinical trials are regulated by FDA, so I think it's, I can't comment directly or don't have any direct knowledge of the specific trials or requirements for those. But, just as a general statement about how clinical trials often work is, that again, like you were saying, there's the shorter period for solicited adverse events, and then the longer follow-up time is able to capture things that participants or the clinical investigators identify or report. But clearly, as you mentioned, that there's a lot of things of interest that are not necessarily pre-specified in the sense that people can report all sorts of things that that you may not enumerate in advance, and so that type of information can be collected in clinical trials, and then certainly from CDC's perspective, our role in post-licensure safety monitoring is to supplement that with the goal being that clinical trials have a relatively smaller number of people. Now, the trials that are initiated for COVID-19 vaccines are meant to include up to 30,000 people for each vaccine, and so those are relatively large compared to some other vaccine clinical trials. But again, like the role of post-licensure monitoring would be to assess adverse events that occur in people who receive the vaccine outside clinical trials, so larger numbers, which would help to capture rare events, like some of the things you mentioned. The expected rates you might not actually expect to see any events in 20 or 30,000 people for extremely rare diseases. So that's something we could assess in larger populations outside of clinical trials. And then, of course, the clinical trials, also has been discussed, have certain recruitment requirements for, age or other exclusionary factors, and then obviously we expect that after a vaccine is authorized or approved that it may be recommended for, people with other pre-existing health conditions or, other, categories or classes of people that were not included in the clinical trials. So that's the kind of information that we would collect in the post-licensure monitoring.
Well, it just seems very confusing. It seems like, especially for this type of clinical trial, these vaccines that have never been tested on humans before, to only have certain answers in your clinical trials. I get very confused. I had to read this over and over yesterday because we were talking about adverse events versus serious adverse events. I would think that I would hope that all adverse events should be included in a 2-year clinical trial. If we just pick and choose, reactions, then it doesn't, to me, seem like we're getting all the information on what people are experiencing. And if the people are in a 2-year trial, why aren't we looking and tracking just all the safety? And maybe that's a comment or a statement instead of a question. But I find this very concerning, obviously. And, we all know that this is the first time this is being tried on people. So it just seems like we should be just looking at everything, every reaction.
Well, again, I would just make some general comments about the usual structure clinical trials that there are solicited adverse events, which are, again, things that are pre-specified and enumerated to specifically ask people. There are unsolicited adverse events in which, again, participants or those people administering the clinical trial can collect information on any adverse event that may be brought to their attention, and that among that, there's also the division between, like you said, serious and non-serious. Serious has a federal regulatory definition related to death, hospitalization, immediate life-threatening illness, conditions such as that. But then there are obviously things that that fall outside the federal regulatory definition of serious that are often referred to as, sort of clinically important. I think typical clinical trial design does not preclude collection of that information, but it doesn't necessarily, like I said, it doesn't solicit every single thing that's possible that can happen, but there are usually provisions for the collection of unsolicited reports of adverse events.
So Karen, did that make sense to you? If not, I'm happy to try to simplify the language if that helps you.
Well, I mean, I think it seems pretty clear that, to me, it just seems very obvious that the clinical trials are taking certain reactions. I know you said that you would be reporting all reaction, but if that doesn't come into the clinical trial, if it's like, a table injury or something, then it's not included.
No, it is. That's what I'm trying to help you understand, Karen. So imagine you have a headache, and you got the vaccine a year and a half ago, and the headache goes away. I don't need to capture that because it's not really that important. Does that make sense? So we do follow your headache for the first 30 days, but I don't want to follow a headache that's not something that requires medical attention or lands you in a hospital, because that would cost so much money to track things that are medically insignificant. But if you develop something that is medically significant, we're going to know when we're tracking that for 2 years. So we're looking at everything right after the vaccine, headaches, itchy, skin, anything. But after that, we don't care if you get a headache that resolves on your own with a leave, because that is not something that would stop us from giving you a vaccine because it resolved on its own and it didn't lead to anything important. So that's the difference between AEs and SAEs. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, and, and with all due respect, we're not talking about headaches. We're talking about seizures that could possibly...
Seizures would be captured, is what I'm trying to tell you, Karen. A seizure, you would land in a hospital with a seizure. That is an SAE. That would be captured. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It would be.
Okay, my understanding of the law that it says that serious events would not be captured.
They
but
are.
I'm hearing that you're saying that they are. Okay.
Yes, absolutely they are. Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Appreciate that.
For the full 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a quick question, and really this is for Mr. Duffy and Barbara, because both of you guys are so knowledgeable about all this stuff. I understand that there's at least one company that's looking at an oral vaccine, and I think that that's significant because obviously with oral vaccines you don't have to worry about shoulder injuries. Do you guys know anything about that?
Other than polio and rotavirus, no. I do expect in the future to have an intranasal vaccine for this, but I have not heard of any platform at the moment that is currently being examined in the United States. However, I am not in the business of looking into vaccines that are coming down the pipeline. My expertise lies in trials that are very close to phase 3 because that's the piece that I do. Does that make sense, John?
It does. I think it's a company called Vaxart, V-A-X-A-R-T.
I have not heard of it because that means they're not close enough to a phase 3. So if they're that early, I don't pay attention if it's that early because they may not even make it to a phase 3. They need to go through phase 1 and 2 before I pay attention. Because they may just fail there. Does that mean? It makes sense. Like they may not create immunogenicity. They may not work. So I don't pay attention that early on. There's so many candidates early on, so many that get filtered out. But maybe somebody else on the call has more information. But I have not paid attention to one that is like, oh, that's promising. I haven't heard of one yet. But of course, just because I haven't heard of it doesn't mean it's not out there is what I'm trying to say.
Right. No, I understand that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Duffy, I was going to ask you, Barbara was kind of having a conversation with us earlier in this call about coronavirus vaccine for children, and I think she actually had asked you that question before you started speaking again. Is there any sort of a timeline on when we might expect for someone to say we're going to make a run at a children's vaccine?
Well, I don't have any specific information on that. I mean, I think what ACIP has discussed to date is that the epidemiology of COVID disease in the United States, consistent with what's seen in other countries, is that the highest risk groups for severe outcomes are older adults, and that increasing age is a risk factor for more severe disease. And so I think the initial conversations around prioritization at the ACIP meeting have been around high-risk groups and also people who are at high risk for exposure based on occupational factors. So that's, I guess in brief, I think the initial consideration is for the highest risk groups and, children based on the surveillance data obviously can get infected, but for the most part have lower rates of severe outcomes. So at least at the current time, children would not appear to be a priority group for early vaccination.
I gotcha. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Tamara, I think we can probably move on to Ms. Schuster.
Hi.
Ms. Schuster, are you ready for us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm Claire Schuster, and I work for the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and I will be giving today's update for the National Institutes of Health. A lot has changed since our last ACCV meeting, and I will be focusing most of my talk today on COVID-19. I'll be covering a subset of the work that we are supporting. Please check the NIH website at www.nih.gov for additional information about our COVID-19 activities. I shared this slide at our last meeting. It shows examples of emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases, including SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. Within NIH, NIAID has a unique mandate which requires the Institute to respond to emerging public health threats with COVID-19 as the latest example. In April, NIAID launched a new strategic plan to accelerate research to diagnose, prevent, and treat COVID-19. The plan has 4 key priorities. The first aims to improve fundamental knowledge of SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19, including studies to characterize the virus and better understand how it causes infection and disease. This includes studies to determine why some individuals experience mild symptoms of infection while others become critically ill, as well as to study the role of asymptomatic viral spread. The second priority is the development of rapid, accurate diagnostics and assays. This includes assays to detect and distinguish SARS-CoV-2 from other viruses, as well as serologic assays to detect antibodies to the virus. Antibody tests could help enhance surveillance efforts and identify individuals who may have recovered from a previous COVID-19 infection. The third priority focuses on potential treatments for COVID-19. This includes identifying and evaluating drugs already approved for other conditions that could be repurposed to treat COVID-19, and testing novel broad-spectrum antivirals, antibody-based therapies, and host-directed strategies to target an individual's immune response to the virus. The fourth priority is to develop safe and effective vaccines. NIAID will use its clinical trials infrastructure to advance experimental vaccines through phase 1 studies and advanced clinical testing. I'll start by discussing research on possible treatments for COVID-19. In February, NIAID launched the first clinical trial in the United States to evaluate an experimental treatment for COVID-19. Known as the Adaptive COVID-19 Treatment Trial, or ACT, the study is being conducted among hospitalized adults diagnosed with COVID-19 and can be adapted to evaluate different experimental treatments for COVID-19. The first iteration of the study, known as ACT 1, evaluated the safety and efficacy of the investigational antiviral remdesivir. Remdesivir was developed by Gilead Sciences, Inc. A preliminary report for Act 1 data was published in May, and we will discuss this a bit more on the next slide. The second iteration of the trial, known as Act 2, began in May. Act 2 is evaluating the safety and efficacy of remdesivir plus the anti-inflammatory drug baricitinib. Baricitinib is licensed to Eli Lilly and Company by Incyte. It is approved in the U.S. and more than 65 other countries as a treatment for adults with moderately to severely active rheumatoid arthritis. Act 2 closed to enrollment on June 30th after enrolling more than 1,000 patients at 71 U.S. and international sites. The third iteration of the trial, Act 3, began in August. Act 3 is evaluating the safety and efficacy of remdesivir plus the immunomodulator interferon beta-1 alpha. The study is anticipated to enroll more than 1,000 hospitalized adults with COVID-19 at as many as 100 sites in the U.S. and abroad. Subcutaneous interferon beta-1 alpha, a medication manufactured by Merck KGaA and marketed by EMD Serono, is used to treat multiple sclerosis. Interferon beta-1 alpha has the same amino acid sequence as a naturally occurring protein called interferon beta. Interferon beta has antiviral and anti-inflammatory properties. Laboratory studies suggest that the normal interferon response is suppressed in some SARS-CoV-2 patients. The combination of interferon beta-1 alpha and remdesivir for treating COVID-19 has not previously been evaluated in a large randomized control trial. And now for details on the Act 1 findings. Act 1 enrolled more than 1,000 patients in 10 countries in 58 days. A preliminary analysis found that patients who received remdesivir had a statistically significant shorter time to recovery compared to patients who received placebo. Investigators found that remdesivir was most beneficial for hospitalized patients with severe disease who required supplemental oxygen. More detailed information about the results, including more comprehensive data, will be available in a forthcoming report. Now I'll share a few updates on COVID-19 vaccine research. In a commentary published in Science, scientific leaders, including from the NIH, emphasized the importance of a harmonized and collaborative approach to the clinical testing, scale-up, and distribution of candidate vaccines to prevent COVID-19. They note that more than one effective vaccine approach will likely be required to successfully meet the global need. The authors describe a strategic approach to research and development that would generate essential data for multiple vaccine candidates in parallel. They discussed diverse vaccine candidates and key considerations for development, including commercial experience and scalability of various vaccine platforms, for example. They stress that researchers need to learn more about what constitutes a durable protective immune response against COVID-19. They also propose specific approaches to harmonize clinical testing of multiple vaccine products and emphasize the importance of strategic collaboration between public and private sector partners to accelerate COVID-19 vaccine development. In July, interim results were reported for an NIAID-sponsored Phase 1 trial testing an investigational COVID-19 vaccine. The trial began in March, just 65 days after learning the sequence of the virus's RNA. The experimental vaccine, known as mRNA 1273, was generally well tolerated and prompted neutralizing antibody activity among healthy adults. mRNA 1273 is designed to induce neutralizing antibodies directed at a portion of the coronavirus spike protein, which the virus uses to bind to and enter human cells. The experimental vaccine is being co-developed by researchers at NIAID and Moderna, Inc. Funding for the manufacture of the mRNA material used in the trial was provided by the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations. The interim report, published in the New England Journal of Medicine, describes initial findings from the first 45 participants between the ages of 18 and 55. In April, the trial was expanded to enroll adults older than 55 years of age. As described in the paper, for the 18 to 55-year-old age group, each volunteer received 2 vaccinations in the upper arm at one of 3 doses given approximately 1 month apart. No serious adverse events were reported. More than half the volunteers reported fatigue, headaches, chills, muscle aches, or pain at the injection site. Systemic adverse events were more common following the second vaccination and in those who received the highest vaccine dose. 2 doses of vaccine prompted a robust immune response. These responses were above the average level seen in blood samples from people who had recovered from COVID-19. The results are being used to inform the next rounds of human testing of the mRNA 1273 vaccine, which we'll discuss a bit later. NIAID has established a new clinical trials network that aims to enroll thousands of volunteers in large-scale clinical trials, testing a variety of investigational vaccines and monoclonal antibodies intended to protect people from COVID-19. The COVID-19 Prevention Trials Network, or COVPN, was established by merging 4 existing NIAID-funded clinical trials networks: the HIV Vaccine Trials Network, the HIV Prevention Trials Network, the Infectious Diseases Clinical Research Consortium, and the AIDS Clinical Trials Group. Those individual networks will continue to perform clinical trials for HIV vaccine and prevention and other infectious diseases in addition to their new COVID roles. 4 months after the phase 1 trial I mentioned a few slides ago, a phase 3 clinical trial was launched to evaluate mRNA 1273 to see whether it could prevent symptomatic COVID-19 in adults. The trial, which began in late July, is being conducted at U.S. clinical research sites, including sites from the COVPN. As mentioned earlier, in total, the trial is expected to enroll approximately 30,000 adult volunteers who do not have COVID-19. Moderna is leading the trial as a regulatory sponsor and is providing the investigational vaccine for the trial. NIAID and the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, or BARDA, are providing funding support for this trial. The vaccine efficacy trial is the first to be implemented under Operation Warp Speed. Trial volunteers will receive 2 intramuscular injections approximately 28 days apart. Participants will be randomly assigned to receive either 2 injections of mRNA 1273 or 2 shots of placebo. The study plans to follow participants for 2 years following the second vaccine dose. In addition, on August 31st, NIAID announced the start of a phase 3 clinical trial for an investigational COVID-19 vaccine known as ABD1222. The trial will enroll approximately 30,000 adult volunteers at 80 sites in the U.S., including sites from the COVPN. The trial primarily is designed to determine if the experimental vaccine can prevent symptomatic COVID-19 after 2 doses. AstraZeneca is leading the trial as a regulatory sponsor. NIAID and BARDA are providing funding support for the trial. And thanks to Dr. Fahoud at the beginning of today's meeting for sharing her insight on both of the trials. In addition to vaccines, monoclonal antibodies are being explored as a prevention strategy. For example, NIAID recently announced that 2 phase 3 clinical trials are testing whether experimental monoclonal antibodies can prevent SARS-CoV-2 infection. The trials are being conducted at clinical sites in the United States, including sites from the COVPN. Participants will include healthy adults who are at risk of infection due to close contact at work or home to individuals with SARS-CoV-2 infection. One trial will enroll household contacts of individuals with SARS-CoV-2 infection. The other trial will involve people at high risk of exposure due to residing or working in skilled nursing or assisted living facilities. Monoclonal antibodies are laboratory-made versions of proteins naturally produced by the immune system in response to invading viruses or other pathogens. They may provide short-term protection from SARS-CoV-2 and could serve as important components of the COVID-19 pandemic response until vaccines become available. And also of note, NIAID is supporting several trials evaluating monoclonal antibodies as a treatment for COVID-19. I've included some information today on pediatric research that may also be of interest to ACCV. NIAID has launched a study known as Human Epidemiology and Response to SARS-CoV-2, or HEROES, to help determine the rate of SARS-CoV-2 infection in children and their family members in the United States. The study will also help determine what percentage of children infected with SARS-CoV-2 develop symptoms of the disease. In addition, the HEROES study will examine whether rates of SARS-CoV-2 infection differ between children who have asthma or other allergic conditions and children who do not. The HEROES study team will enroll 6,000 people from 2,000 U.S. families already participating in NIH-funded pediatric research studies. NIH has also announced research funding to encourage the development of approaches that identify children at high risk for developing multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children, or MIS-C, thought to be a severe complication of COVID-19. Up to $20 million will be awarded to successful research proposals over 4 years. The project, led by the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development, or NICHD, is called PREVAIL Kids, predicting viral-associated inflammatory disease severity in children with laboratory diagnostics and artificial intelligence. The goal is to understand the range of symptoms of COVID-19 among children and factors leading to MIS-C. NIH is also funding research to evaluate drugs prescribed to treat COVID-19 in infants, children, and adolescents across the country. Researchers will investigate several drugs currently given to children diagnosed with COVID-19, including antiviral and anti-inflammatory drugs. They will assess dosage, metabolism, and other properties not yet determined in children. This study is not a clinical trial with a control group. Rather, healthcare providers who are already treating patients with a list of specified drugs may enroll patients whose parents or guardians have given their consent. The study is designed to gather information to refine dosing and improve safety for infants, children, and adolescents. It is not designed to evaluate which drug is the best treatment for COVID-19. The study is being conducted in approximately 40 sites of the NICHD-funded Pediatric Trials Network. Many study sites are located near diverse communities, given reports that COVID-19 disproportionately affects racial and ethnic minorities across all ages. For more information on COVID-19's effects on maternal and child health, please see the NIH Director's blog for a conversation between NIH Director Dr. Francis Collins and NICHD Director Dr. Diana Bianchi. The NIH has also launched a study to understand the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic during and after pregnancy. Researchers will analyze the medical records of up to 21,000 women to evaluate whether changes to healthcare delivery that were implemented as a result of the pandemic have led to higher rates of pregnancy-related complications and cesarean deliveries. They are also studying the risk of pregnant women with COVID-19 infection transmitting the virus to their fetus. The study will track more than 1,500 pregnant women confirmed with COVID-19 infection, monitoring their health for 6 weeks after childbirth. The study will be conducted by researchers in the Maternal Fetal Medicine Units Network, a group of 12 U.S. clinical centers funded by NICHD. Not related to COVID, I have an update on vaccine research for mosquito-borne diseases. NIAID scientists recently published the results of a small phase 1 trial of a vaccine designed to provide broad protection against mosquito-borne diseases. Unlike other experimental vaccines for mosquito-borne diseases, this experimental vaccine is designed to generate an immune response against mosquito saliva rather than specific parasites, viruses, or bacteria the mosquito might transmit. The trial indicated that the vaccine is safe and induces a strong immune response in healthy volunteers. Results from the study were published in The Lancet in June. Since the time I put my slides together, NIH has issued new press releases and announcements about COVID-19. I'd like to leave you with a set of links for more information, blog posts, and interviews from NIAID, NIH, and NICHD, and I'll share the links with ACCV members after today's meeting. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Hi, Dr. Schuster. This is Barbara Pahoud. Same question. Do you have any idea of the pipeline of vaccines for children given MISC and all these concerns we have, back to school, et cetera?
Well, I would have to check with my colleagues. I know there are a lot of different candidates in development, and like you were mentioning, a subset of those that are near or entering phase 3. So I will circle back with the clinical team and get back to the ACCV members.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Ms. Schuster, I'll tell you, that's slide number 1, and I remember when you put that up at the last meeting, and it's really eye-opening when you look at that, because you see all this stuff going on all around the world, and the events that occurred with COVID-19 earlier this year here in the United States certainly puts all that into perspective for somebody like me that sees something, you know, in Africa or Asia and thinks, oh, that's a long way away.
Yeah, it is an impressive map.
It's really neat. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And I've lost my agenda, but I know we have somebody next on the list. Valerie Marshall, is that where we're, Ms. Marshall, are you ready for us?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Excellent. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. I'm Commander Valerie Marshall, and I am pleased to provide you with a brief overview of FDA activities. The FDA is committed to facilitating the development of safe and effective vaccines to prevent COVID-19. We recognize the urgent need to develop a safe and effective vaccine to prevent COVID-19 and continue to work collaboratively with industry researchers as well as federal, domestic, and international partners to accelerate these efforts. While the FDA is committed to expediting this work, we will not cut corners in our decisions and are making this clear through the guidance entitled Development and Licensure of Vaccines to Prevent COVID-19. This guidance provides an overview of key considerations to meet requirements for chemistry, manufacturing, and control, non-clinical and clinical data, the development and licensure, and for post-licensure safety evaluations. We firmly believe that transparency regarding the FDA's current thinking about the scientific data needed to support the approval of safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines will build public confidence in the FDA's evaluation process, which will be critical in ensuring their use. On October 22, 2020, the FDA will convene the Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee in an open session to discuss, in general, the development, authorization, and or licensure of vaccines to prevent COVID-19. No specific applications will be discussed at this meeting. I have provided details on how to connect to this meeting. And that website will give you the link to the meeting as well as any briefing materials that will be posted prior to the meeting. In June 2020, the FDA approved a supplement to the Biologics License application for Gardasil to add the prevention of oropharyngeal and other head and neck cancers caused by HPV types targeted by the vaccine. And this indication applies to males and females 9 to 45 years of age. On September 17th and 18th, the FDA will convene a public workshop entitled Considerations for the Use of Real-World Evidence to Assess the Effectiveness of Preventive Vaccines. The purpose of this symposium is to exchange information with stakeholders from industry, academia, and government about the scientific, clinical, and regulatory challenges and opportunities in using real-world evidence to assess the effectiveness of preventative vaccines. Some of the objectives of this this workshop are to clarify the FDA's current thinking and the regulatory framework that informs the use of real-world evidence in vaccine development and licensure, provide context and illustrate the importance of real-world evidence in vaccine development, including through a review of relevant case examples, and discuss emerging infectious diseases and other scenarios in which traditional clinical trials could be impractical or ethically unacceptable. This concludes my presentation, barring any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, we're going to keep moving here. Dr. Kim, are you available for us?
I just had one quick one. That October meeting, I'm sorry I was muting, you couldn't hear me. That October meeting where FDA reviews the vaccines, is that available to the public or is that closed?
It is a public meeting.
Can we get information on that? I would love to hear that.
Sure.
Thank you.
And that link that's provided in my presentation will take you directly to the website.
I just don't know we have access to those slides, so if we do, then I'll just look it up there.
Yeah, I can send it to you or through Annie.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Ms. Marshall. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we will move on to Dr. Kim.
Well, good afternoon and good morning for folks out in California. Thank you very much for allowing me to take a few minutes of your time to discuss the activities in the Office of Infectious Disease and HIV/AIDS Policy. Just to give a perspective as to why OIDP is engaged in vaccines, I just want to give you a little bit of background information so that you can relay that information to the current discussions on vaccines. OIDP now incorporates the former Office of the National Vaccine Program. So as such, it reports to the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Health at Admiral Brett Giroir, and it's responsible for providing strategic leadership and coordination among federal agencies and stakeholders, both private and public, to reduce burden of infectious diseases, which of course includes diseases associated with diseases that can be prevented by vaccines. And as such, OIDP also is engaged pretty heavily in other infectious diseases such as HIV, sexually transmitted infections, viral hepatitis, vector-borne diseases, as well as blood and tissue safety. The office manages much of its activities through a coordination of federal interagency work groups and currently manages 5 federal advisory committees. Of course, ACCV is one of them that is being managed by HRSA. But for OIDP, the advisory committees include Presidential Advisory Council on HIV/AIDS, the National Vaccine Advisory Committee, the Presidential Advisory Council on Combating Antibiotic Resistance Bacteria, Advisory Committee on Blood and Tissue Safety and Availability, and Tick-Borne Disease Working Group. There's one additional advisory committee that the office will undertake, which is Hospital-Associated Infections Advisory Committee, and that will be kicking off in short order. So in the areas of vaccines, the Office of Infectious Disease and HIV/AIDS Policy, I have the following updates. One is during the August, which is the annual designated National Immunization Awareness Month, there was an initiative to catch up, to get ahead, a national effort to catch up children who were left behind because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and that's as a result of the community mitigation and control efforts, which included providers' offices shutting their offices, social distancing that prevented some parents to seek care for well-child checks and vaccination and to stay on top of vaccination schedules. And so various efforts, various activities set the national vaccination program back since the emergency declaration was made in March 2019, March 2020. As a result, there was a significant drop, a rather precipitous drop in the vaccine ordering and vaccine administration since the emergency declaration was made. And over the ensuing weeks and months, there was upwards of 70–80% decline in vaccination coverage. Things have been slow on the mend, and currently the rebound effect has been total. However, the gap that was left behind, meaning the catch-up effort that's needed, it remains somewhat behind. And so in advance of the projected schools, whether virtual or in person, reopening, there was the effort to take advantage of the National Immunization Awareness Month to really promote the need to catch up vaccines for children who have been whose vaccination rates have been delayed because of the pandemic. Related to that, there's an effort to really get pharmacists on board with immunization. So towards the end of August, the Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness, or PrEP Act, was implemented, and the PrEP Act, this is the third revision since the initial one was made in the early days of the pandemic. This revision authorizes pharmacists who are licensed by states to administer vaccines to children ages 3 through 18 years during as long as the emergency declaration is in effect. And so this greatly increases access to vaccines for children. And many states have already had this, had pharmacists being able to vaccinate children already, but this standardizes the practice across the nation. The National Vaccine Advisory Committee last met in June, and the next meeting will take place towards the end of September. And the purpose of the National Vaccine Advisory Committee is for the committee to identify issues and advise the Assistant Secretary for Health on immunization policies in the United States. And at the Assistant Secretary for Health request, there are two subcommittees associated with the NVAC, and they are Vaccine Confidence and Immunization Equity. The Vaccine Confidence subcommittee is poised to develop a set of recommendations for the Assistant Secretary for Health to consider in the next several weeks. The National Vaccine Plan, which is a strategic approach to immunizing adults and children in the United States, is currently undergoing a revision and update. The last version was published in 2010, and there's a plan for the updated strategic plan, the National Vaccine Plan 2020, which is scheduled to be released in 2020, in December 2020. What it does is it incorporates stakeholders as well as experts in the area of vaccines. We conducted interviews with these experts as well as soliciting for public comments, and in the coming weeks, the draft of the National Vaccine Plan 2020 will go through an interagency, federal interagency review and scrutiny. along those lines of strategic plans, Healthy People 2030 was launched on August 19 this year. It incorporates 365 core measures as well as 144 developmental objectives. The core objectives include five specific measures that are relevant for children, as you can see in this slide, and one objective that applies to all populations, and that population is which is to increase the people, adults and children, who get the flu vaccine every year. That has been designated as a leading health indicator. And I might mention that that each of the subgroups in the Healthy People 2030 topic areas, such as chronic disease, mental health, and so on, there is a group called immunization and infectious diseases, and each subgroup is could submit one leading health indicator that best represents a priority for that particular group. And for immunization and infectious diseases, which is obviously a really broad area, elected to identify the flu vaccine every year for populations in the United States to be its highest priority leading health indicator. So that tells you a lot about the emphasis of immunization in Healthy People 2030. There are three, developmental objectives that you can see here. A couple of them are related. One relates to adult, one relates to pregnant women specifically, and another that applies to all populations in promoting the documentation of immunization records in state and local vaccine registries.
Sign. Your passcode has been confirmed. You will be joined in listen-only mode. The conference is being recorded. If you object, you may disconnect now.
For proper registration, please provide verbally all requested information, slowly and clearly. With spelling, please state your name, followed by the pound sign. With spelling, please state your affiliation, followed by the pound sign. Thank you.
From CDC, and it builds on all the safety reports that have been filed and incorporated into medical literature, and we are in the process of going through the entire library of the medical literature to generate this vaccine safety report. There are, I think the FDA, you just heard from the FDA that new indications on existing vaccines as well as new vaccines have been authorized for use. And so what we want to do is make sure that we capture anything new that's out there, as well as any new adverse events that have been reported since the last report. And I'd like to mention that we're also specifically looking at combination vaccines for children. there are five combination vaccines, up to 5 different vaccines that have been assembled together to be delivered as one administration. So we're looking at anything associated with specific vaccines, as well as how they break out between people. So looking at the demographics of information, as well as people with different health conditions, so that we can get a comprehensive vaccine safety report that is current as of 2020 out for providers and public consumption. And where we are right now is that it's pretty hard to see, but what in the beginning we've started with almost 50,000 different bits of research literature out there, and they have been whittled down to almost 7,000 pieces of literature that were reviewed. And so based on the almost 7,000 literature, we will be generating this updated vaccine safety report that represents the best information currently available as of this date. And that, I believe, is the last slide. I'm sorry, one more. So the timeline for the vaccine safety report is that it will go through a review process, and as well as peer review process internally, as well as interagency committees, and then it will go through a peer review, and we hope to get the document cleared and be available for distribution by the end of December 2020. And that, I believe, is the last slide. And I welcome any questions.
Hi, this is Karen. I have 2 questions. One, is the PrEP Act declaration for pharmacists going to supersede state law of regulating pharmacies?
The PrEP Act authorizes pharmacists to provide routinely recommended vaccines to children. And I'm explaining this in a little more detail besides saying yes, because some states have authorized pharmacists to be to have greater responsibility, greater authorization to vaccinate children. So some states have allowed pharmacists to vaccinate children without age restriction. The PrEP Act has an age restriction of 3 through 18. So in the instances where state authority is more expansive than the PrEP Act would not be applicable.
Oh, okay, thank you. Also, in all the safety research that you're looking at, is anyone looking at the fact or about the SIDS occurrences? Because I've read a report that the SIDS reports are down considerably, and which would obviously be a safety issue and a concern, and I think help for the trust for the parents to know that even though the vaccines have been way down these last few months, SIDS cases are the same, or is that true? And has anyone looked at that? Is that something that would be part of what you would look at?
To the extent possible, we are reviewing available medical literature. So this is a comprehensive review of medical literature, and if there are case reports that have been published, yes, we would be looking at that. But anecdotal discussions between different forums of parents or between providers, and if those discussions have not been published, we would not be in a position to address them.
Would you use theirs?
That is to say that we are reviewing the published literature.
And so does that not include using their statistics at this point? I mean, we know that theirs is really only reporting 1%, but would that be something you would look at theirs just to see if somebody should be talking about this? I mean, there's a report, but it's not from a doctor, but...
yes, I mentioned earlier that monitoring and surveillance systems we're reviewing.
Okay. Thank you. Great presentation. Appreciate it.
Dr. Kim, this is John Howie. I have a question. Would you go back to slide number 3? When talking about the PrEP Act, and you've got a bullet point, the second bullet point down, extends immunity to claims for loss per 42 U.S.C. Section 247, and then a bunch of alphabet. I'm not overly familiar with the immunities that are given under the PrEP Act, but I was just kind of skimming through them, and it begged an interesting question. If a child, if the Secretary's recommendation on this table change is enacted and syncope, for example, is removed completely from the vaccine injury program, and a child goes to a pharmacist and gets a vaccine and suffers a syncopal episode, falls down, bumps their head, and dies, I guess that child just has no recourse at all because the immunity provisions under the PrEP Act are going to protect the pharmacist, and they can't file a claim under the vaccine injury program. Is that right?
Well, I won't speculate on any specific output from.
Question, John, and
I'm sorry.
There's a difference between immunity there's a difference between the liability protection versus the compensation under the Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness Act. So people could, if people are injured by a covered countermeasure, they can file a claim with the Countermeasures Injury Compensation Program.
Right, and what I'm saying is now because pharmacists are able to administer all childhood vaccinations, does that mean that all childhood vaccinations administered by a pharmacist while the PrEP Act is in force will now be covered by the Countermeasures Program?
No.
Go ahead.
No, it's the vaccines that are currently covered by the program are covered by the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program are still covered by the program. So if a pharmacist is administering a childhood vaccine that's covered by the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, and someone is injured, they file a claim with the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. Now, if a pharmacist is administering a COVID vaccine, once that happens, and that COVID vaccine is still covered by the Countermeasures Program, then they would submit an individual who's injured could file a claim with the Countermeasures Program for that COVID vaccine if it's still covered by the Countermeasures Program at the time. Does that answer your question?
So what happens to, for example, a 14-year-old who goes to a pharmacist and gets a meningococcal vaccine and suffers a syncopal episode and falls down and bangs their head and dies? It's a covered vaccine, but it's not a covered injury now.
So John, okay. So for the Countermeasures Program, that's different than the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. So I guess it depends on what are you referring to. Are you referring to a pharmacist is administering a childhood vaccine?
Yeah, a meningococcal vaccine, for example.
Oh, okay.
And the child has a syncopal episode, and syncope is no longer covered by the program, and they can't sue the pharmacist because the pharmacist has liability protections under the PrEP Act. So where's the recourse?
If I may, this is David Kim again. If I may, basically, whatever happens in, let's say, a pediatrician's office, as far as coverage is concerned, we would for the duration of the PrEP Act, the same provision would apply in a pharmacy where a pharmacist will be administering the same vaccine.
So Dr. Kim, he's referring to John is referring to because there is currently a proposed rule that potentially will remove injuries that are caused based on
right, yes. So whatever happens with the injury table, the same would apply for however that applies in, say, a pediatrician's office. The same would apply in a pharmacy when a pharmacist administers the same vaccine with the same output.
No, I think I understand that. I mean, the immunity is going to, under 42 U.S.C. 247D, is going to apply to a pediatrician's office versus a pharmacy equally. I guess I'm just trying to figure out if the PrEP Act is in force and you have immunity extending to these administrators and you take injuries out of the program, then there's really no recourse, because you can't go after the administrator because they have liability protections under the PrEP Act, and you can't go under the BICP because the injury's been removed. Is that right? And then you're left with the Countermeasures program, I guess, where they've had 37 claims filed over 10 years.
No, that's not. No, it's not that we've had that the program has had 37 claims filed. It's there have been more claims filed. It's just that it has been that 39 have been considered eligible for compensation and 29 actually received some dollar amount. So, but no, there have been more than 30-something that were filed.
I think that's even worse. So that's like 3 per year that have been compensated under the Countermeasures program over the last 10 years?
No, so John, as I discussed earlier, there haven't been claims filed over a 10-year period. So with the Countermeasures program, the claims were filed within a few years of the H1N1 pandemic. We had a bolus of claims that were filed. So it was within a short period, short compared to the vaccine program. So those claims may have been filed in the program over the majority of them within like a 2 or 3 year period. It's not as if the claims are regularly coming in for the Countermeasures program because, like, again, it's only intended for when there are emergency situations.
I mean, that makes sense. I understand what you're telling me, and I appreciate the clarification. It concerns me when the Secretary's entire reasoning and logic to remove injuries from the vaccine injury program is that you can go sue your provider, and then we're looking over here at this whole new law that expands tort protections to the providers, which kind of seems to fly in the face of the Secretary's argument, but that's just me. I don't know. Anyway, that's the only question I had. I appreciate that. Thank you. Anybody else? I guess we're going to move on to our next presenter. Ms. Johnson de Leon.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Howie. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Thank you for being here.
Sure. So first, my name is Suzanne Johnson de Leon. I'm at CDC, and I wanted to share some news that I'm not thrilled about, but Skip is. Skip Wolf has retired, so he's not going to be on the call today. And I wanted to say thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to go over these VISs with you all again. I'm going to take just a minute or two to give an overview, if that's okay, because I don't know if we have folks on the call who haven't been involved in reviewing these before. Vaccine information statements are codified in regulation. It's under Title II of the United States Code. Regulation outlines the development and update of VISs. It tells us what steps we need to take, and it delegates the authority to CDC to administer the development, update, and dissemination of the VISs, the vaccine information statements. Among the specific steps that we need to take when we develop or update a VIS is bringing it to you all for your review and comment. So that's what we're doing here today. And again, thank you very much. It's very, very important. Regulation also drives the content of our vaccine information statements, and it says that materials shall be based on available data and information and presented in understandable terms. They're required to include a concise description of benefits of the vaccine, a concise description of risks associated with the vaccine, a statement of the availability of the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, and then other relevant information that is deemed important by CDC or HHS,
And what we've chosen to include in that kind of general category is general information about the vaccine, guidance to help patients and providers identify precautions and contraindications, and then guidance for patients on what to do if there's an adverse event. And in the last section, you'll see gives guidance on where to find additional information. So the current status of the VISs is we have 18 VISs for vaccines that are covered under the vaccine injury table or listed on the vaccine injury table. Of those 18, over the course of the last year and a half or so, Skip and I have brought you all 15 of them for review, and today we're looking at the last 3 to round out that whole group. So the VISs we'll be discussing today are the ones for TB, Tdap, and then the multi-pediatric. The one you're seeing on your screen right now is the multi-pediatric, and actually I'm going to, if I can, yeah, we'll start with that one, that'll be fine. I wanted to share with you all as we start this review here that the feedback that we've been receiving on the VISs in recent years has told us that people generally want our VISs to be standardized. They want each VIS for the different vaccines to contain more or less the same information, the same type of information about the vaccines, using the same language and in the same format. So that's been something we're really working on, is standardizing things, because over the years, as one VIS was updated one year and another one was updated the next year, they kind of got out of sync. So we're bringing them all back into a standardized format and using standardized language. The other feedback we've been getting is that people would like them to be simplified. They wanted them easier and quicker to read and understand, not so much number heavy as information and guidance, and this is what we think you need to know driven. So that's what we've been doing. We're improving the consistency across the VISs. We're simplifying and clarifying the content using plain language. We're making an attempt to get as close as possible to about a 5th grade reading level. Of course, some of the terms and concepts, it's really hard to boil them down. As those of you who've been on the committee reviewing these before will remember from some of our discussion. And then the last point before we jump into this that I'd like to make is, please keep in mind that VISs are not intended to educate the provider. These are patient education materials. Then the patient should ideally look to the provider to flesh this out, provide more information, answer questions, or direct people to places they can get more information. So that's kind of a general background on what the VISs are and why we're looking at them. I don't know if anybody might have a question on any of that before we start looking at the first one. Hearing none, I'm going to jump right into the first VIS we'll be looking at. Now this is the most complex of the VISs because the intent of this one, which we refer to kind of here in-house as our multi-pediatric VIS, is a provider who's giving 5 vaccines, for example, can give out this one VIS, check off all the little boxes at the top, and this will cover the information for all of those vaccines that are being administered during that visit, as opposed to having to hand out 5 separate vaccine information statements. So this VIS consolidates the information that's pulled from the other VISs that are specific to the individual vaccines. And you can see here across the top, the vaccines that I'm talking about are BCIP, Hib, hepatitis B, polio, and PCV13, which are the ones that are pretty likely to be given during the same visit in early childhood. So maybe we'll start at the top, and I'm assuming everybody can see or has in front of them a reference. I wonder if there are any comments on that top block that kind of gives an overview of the vaccine information statement.
I have a question. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but I was curious because you were saying that you want all of these to look the same, but on the one where there's 5 vaccines, it's 2 pages, but the DTaP vaccine insert statement is also 2 pages. So I was just curious why, if there's 5 vaccines, it wouldn't, are you just repeating the same information, or do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I'm following you. So the multi-pediatric is actually 3 pages long. It's our only 3-page VIS at this time. All of the other VISs for the individual vaccines are 2 pages each. And on each of the VISs, there's 7, on each of the VISs for vaccines on the vaccine injury table, there are 7 sections. So the first section gives a why get vaccinated and gives overviews of the disease. The second section goes into a little bit of information about the vaccine. The third one tells you what to talk to your healthcare provider about, things that might be precautions, contraindications. And the fourth one is risks of vaccine reaction. And those, of course, those sections are pretty much specific to the individual vaccine. So those are different in terms of the content as it relates to the vaccine being covered on the VIS from one to another. Now, the last three sections, 5, 6, and 7, which you'll see in more detail as we go through this, they are exactly the same on every VIS because they say, what do you do if there's a serious problem? It advises you to call 911 if necessary or contact their provider. It gives an overview and information to say that the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program exists, and then it gives a reference to more information. So those three sections are not repeated. They're on here just the one time. So that cuts down right there about a page per vaccine that might otherwise have had to be included, if that makes sense. I think it'll make a little more sense as we get to that section to review.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Sure, sure. So here you can see on the multi-pediatric in section 1, or I'm scrolling down here a little bit, we've got them listed out by vaccine. And what it says is it gives an overview of how vaccines can prevent disease. And then it goes on to each vaccine and talks about why that vaccine would be recommended, what it does, what the reason for it is. And the way we kind of address that is we give an overview of the disease or diseases that it prevents as to why you would want to be vaccinated to try and prevent that disease. So those 5 paragraphs you can see here that are subtitled with the names of the vaccines, those are drawn from individual VISs. And I should mention, all 5 of these VISs that this one is drawn from have already been by ACCV over the course of the last year and a half at different meetings. We didn't want to monopolize you all for days on end to do them all at once, so we've been doing them a few at a time. But that's where this is pulled from, which is not necessarily to say that this is, the final version. That's what we're working towards right now is the final version. So if you do have comments, please share them, and they'd be considered and would be reflected when we update the original individual VIS as well. I hope that made sense. So does anyone have comments on section 1? Hearing none, I'm going to scroll on down, but stop me. We can come back if we need to. Section 2, as I mentioned, kind of gives an overview of the vaccine. What we've tried to get away from is saying, a child needs 5 doses of DTaP at this age, this age, this age, and this age, into real detailed specifics, because there are cases where things might change. DTaP might not be the best example, but there are cases where a child might need more or less, or the timing might be slightly different for whatever reason. So we're trying to be a little more general and say this is what they usually need. And here you see a compilation for those 5 vaccines when they're usually recommended, and other information about the vaccine, including the fact that they might be standalones or they might be part of a combination vaccine. Any comments on section 2? Section 3, this is a place that we kind of identify precautions, contraindications, and other things that might not be precautions or contraindications that we want the patient to bring to the attention of the person providing the vaccine. So for all of these vaccines that are covered on this particular vaccine information statement, for example, we want them to tell their provider if they've ever had an allergic reaction after a previous dose or any severe life-threatening allergies, so that the provider can know this information and help work with the patient to determine whether it's appropriate to administer these vaccines. And you can see, same goes for, there's that one section for all vaccines, and then those vaccines that have additional considerations are broken out. DTaP here at the bottom, I think that's the biggest section. Again, these are pulled from the individual vaccine VISs, so they'll match when the finals are all published. And then up here on the other side, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Question, sorry. It seems like I can only see one thing at a time on here, but so I have a question. Section 1, can you be more specific about how often disease complications occur?
In section 1, more specific in what way?
Just what do you know about the complications? Are there, okay.
like, are you asking if we can put in percentages or numbers, or are you asking for more detail about what the words mean? Or I just want to be sure I'm capturing what you're asking.
I guess just how often the diseases occur. And okay, or maybe like hyperlinks to connect to more information on it, I guess.
Okay. I can tell, I'm going to note down your suggestion and I'll pass it along for when it gets reviewed by the subject matter experts. I will tell you that in the past, we included a whole bunch of information, all sorts of detailed statistics about how often these different kinds of things were estimated to occur, out of every 100,000 kids or what have you. We got a lot of feedback that it was just too much information. So it might be that referring people to get the information from other places would work out better.
That's why a hyperlink, so
sure.
I understand you want to be so concise on this, but if you could have a hyperlink, like link here to see, the how often these occur in the population, that would be helpful. I know that I understand that you want to make this really concise, but the people that do want to get more information, it would be nice to have a hyperlink on the stats there.
Okay. And what do you think about, most people get this document as a piece of paper that's handed to them at the time that the child is vaccinated. Is it still useful to have a hyperlink? I'm asking for your thoughts on. Is it still useful to put hyperlinks into this kind of section when someone might then have to retype it somewhere? Or would it be better to point someone? Go ahead.
I think this is an ongoing question, and it's an important one. I've read a lot of studies where the doctors, I don't remember the names of the studies, but the doctors say they don't want to have this conversation. They don't want to encourage more question asking. But, if I was a hesitant parent, I would want to get the document and look at it and then research it. I think today more than ever, there are obviously so many hesitant parents, but just being able to say, okay, well, here's this information. I don't have to do it today, but there's the information so I can research that and see.
Okay.
I think there are people that just go in and vaccinate, and this is just protocol, but it's still supposed to be a resource that people can gather more information. And even after, so like, I have a friend, her child had a fever for 12 days, and the doctor's telling her that after the vaccine, the infant, so the doctor's saying that's not an issue. So having this piece of paper and looking at it later even, and to understand, because doctors and nurses, in my opinion, aren't really trained on what vaccine injury looks like. So this would be a way for people to go, okay, well, what kind of reactions are people having, and then have a link to look at it and then compare, and then to know, okay, well, I need to report this to VAERS or not. So I get that, it's like everything else when you're talking to an infant or a child, you don't want to tell them too much information, but when they're asking, give them information, that's easy.
Okay.
That's kind of where I'm coming from.
Thank you. I got it. I will tell you, I've written all of this down, and I will pass them along as they're being updated. I'll also mention that we do put all of, just so you know this, vaccine information statements are housed on the CDC website. We have this version, which is the print version, the PDF, and we also have the HTML version, which is intended for people to go to and look at online as a, outside of the clinic office, or even some clinics will send parents there. There are links at the top of each page that go directly to all kinds of new information and additional information about the vaccine. So we're moving a little bit in the direction you're describing, although I hear what you're saying about suggesting putting it on the document too. So. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go back down here to section 3. I think we kind of stopped at, we were about to look at the PCV 13 part of things to talk over with your healthcare provider. Are there any comments on that? And then at the end of section 3 on every single VIS, we say your child's healthcare provider can give you more information. And, of course, that's really important. I did hear what you said about how that's not always the best resource, and it'd be good to have other ones as well. So thank you. Section 4 is where we cover risks of a vaccine reaction. And here again, we've broken it out into the 5 different vaccines and the things that are most likely to happen after a vaccine. You can see here what those are. I'm trying to make all of it fit on the screen there. These also are pulled from the individual VISs for the different vaccines. Are there any comments on section 4, the part there that you can see? For sure, I'll scroll down in a minute to the rest of it. This one actually is because we have covered a lot of these in previous meetings, I'm not too surprised there aren't a whole lot of comments, but please speak up if there is anything you would like to comment on. And there you can see the PCV 13 portion of Section 4. Now, when we first started talking about this multi-pediatric VIS, I mentioned the Sections 5, 6, and 7 are exactly the same on all of the VISs for vaccines that are on the injury table. So here you can see 5, which is what if there's a serious problem. This is what you do if there's an adverse event. It gives guidance to the parent or the patient. In this case, of course, it'll be a parent because this is vaccines for small children, on how to report to VAERS, things to look for, to contact their healthcare provider. Section 6, I think, will be of particular importance, and you all who have been on these reviews in past recent meetings will recognize the text. It's exactly the same as it has been on the other ones. And then Section 7 is, how can I learn more? Some resources for parents to use to get additional information. Are there any comments on any of this?
Hang on, okay, yes, I just want to make sure that I was unmuted. Yeah. Okay, yeah, because you just scrolled down, so when you were looking, you were talking about 5, 6, and 7. So in Section 7, yes. Can a product insert at the FDA be mentioned as a resource?
That is a question that comes up a lot in this committee. you all ask it a lot, and we kind of seem to go in circles on whether that is the best place to put it or not for a number of reasons. One of them is that whole issue of linking to it, putting the link in there. They tend to be really big and cumbersome and would have to be retyped. Another issue is to make sure it's the most up-to-date one, we'd have to make sure that we have a way to keep it being updated. It is something that can be considered, and I'm happy to set forth that suggestion to the reviewers again, if that's something that the committee is leaning towards now.
I mean, of course, I'm just looking at this. It looks like there's a lot of space here, but I understand that all this is really a lot of work, but trust me, vaccine injured children are a lot of work too, and just having the information available, I think, is really critical. So thank you.
Sure. One thing I would point out on this particular VIS, so if you consider, this is for 5 different vaccines, including combination vaccines that could include combinations of subsets of those 5 vaccines. So to put a PI for each vaccine that could conceivably be associated with this VIS might be 15 or 20 different links, because think of, we've got the multiple HIB vaccines, they're all different PIs, multiple DTaP vaccines, they're different PIs, Quadricell, Pentacell, Pediarix, etc. So that's just another thing to point out, that might complicate things even more, and it might be better that we could find another way, like somewhere to direct people to get that information, like a single link, if that makes sense.
I totally agree.
Yeah,
I totally agree. Having a single link, and then it goes to, you would go into where the link would go and be appropriate for this vaccine. There are all these vaccines, and then you could figure out which vaccine in particular you want to look at, or maybe you want to look at them all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other thoughts on 5, 6, or 7? Yes, I hear a voice.
This is John Howie, and I've expressed this concern before, and I'm going to again express the concern in part number 6 about the last sentence, which says there is a time limit to file a claim for compensation.
Yes.
The statute of limitations under the vaccine injury program is atrocious, and I fielded so many calls from parents and injured people, or I've had to tell them, I'm sorry, you're too late, you have no recourse. Parents who say, my child was injured, my child was 6 months old, how can they not have it until their 18th birthday to file a claim, et cetera? I just really believe, and I feel pretty strongly, that having this vague, open-ended sentence stating that there's a timeline or a time limit it's a disservice, and I think it needs to say very strongly something along the lines of there is a time limit to file a claim, which may be as short as 2 years from the date of vaccination.
So John, this is something that, remember, this is Tamara, that the work group was going to discuss, and that the work group was going to suggest language to the full ACCV, and then, for some reason, probably because the Mprm came about, it's kind of been sidelined, but this is something that again the work group can discuss and present to the full ACCV.
I appreciate you reminding me of that. That's what I was saying.
Remember we posed draft language. We had started talking about it.
Yep. No, thank you. I appreciate you reminding me of that. Yes, I think that that's something that we need to look at.
Okay. And we can. Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just telling Johnny, yes, if we can bring this back up with the work group. The work group can choose to, address it.
Excellent. Thank you, and I've noted it too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's probably been 2 or 3 meetings since the last time that I was with you all to look at VIS. So, yeah, thank you very much. Any other comments on sections 5, 6, and 7? And again, these will be exactly the same on the next 2 documents we go through, but I'll ask for comments if you have them at that time too. Okay. I'm not sure how I get to the next document. Maybe Tamara or Annie, can one of you help me put up whichever VIS is next?
Yeah, Annie actually put up the TD one. Is up now.
Oh.
Is that?
I'm not seeing it.
Oh, you're not seeing it? Yeah, because I see it. I see the tetanus diphtheria vaccine information statement. Okay.
Okay. On my screen, I'm still seeing the multi-pediatric.
Okay. Maybe, I don't know.
Are you in Adobe Connect, Suzanne, or are you looking at documents?
I am in Adobe Connect. I can, my fear is not being able to advance it for you all. Of course, I have a copy here.
Well, I mean, I can do it too.
Okay.
Yeah, I can advance it as you go through it.
Okay, thank you. That'd be great. Then that'll work fine. So this is the TD, correct? Not the TDAP?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so TD, thank you. The biggest change that's happened recently with the tetanus-containing vaccines is that the ACIP published new recommendations that, among other things, now recommend that either TD or TDAP may be used for injury, for when there's an injury, or for the 10-year booster doses. So that's reflected here in the text. We'll start with section 1, and of course this one is quite a bit shorter. There's a lot less information because we're only covering the one vaccine, and this vaccine doesn't have a whole lot of special considerations around it. It's pretty straightforward. So section 1 goes over why people should get vaccinated with the TD vaccine. And then section 2 provides a description of the vaccine, and it mentions on here TDAP as well. Any questions on those sections or comments? Section 3 gives the overview of things that we want patients to talk with their provider about. I'd like to point out, by the way, and I think I've pointed this out before, but we have made the move to get rid of the word doctor or nurse or any specific provider type. And throughout the document, we refer to the vaccine provider, the healthcare provider. I think this committee, and I know several other groups, have been lobbying us to approach it that way. So we have made that change. So it'll say vaccine provider, healthcare provider. You can see here the things that we want people to talk with their providers about in section 3. And then section 4, the risks of a vaccine reaction with TD. Any questions on or comments on 3 and 4? Hearing none. On the other side of the page, the next page here, sections 5, 6, and 7 are word for word the same as what we looked at on the multi-pediatric. Are there any additional comments on those? Of course, anything that you've given me when we went through it a minute ago, I'm going to carry all of that forward with this one as well.
Can I bother you? I think it is under number 4. Did I read there that it says if you're sick, you can get vaccinated? Sorry, I was reading it and I'm slow.
That's in section 3. It says people with minor illnesses such as a cold may be vaccinated. People who are moderately or severely ill should usually wait until they recover before receiving TD vaccine.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Any other thoughts, comments, questions on anything on this TD vaccine information statement? Okay. Could we look at TDAP, please? And I'm still seeing the multi-pediatric on my screen, so Just let me know when we're ready, please.
We're ready.
I am on a, thank you so much. I'm actually on a satellite internet link, so that might be the explanation. Maybe it's just shut itself down and I can't tell. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I don't see you listed anymore as a participant in Adobe, so you might be frozen or something. But the TDAP viz is up.
Great, thank you so much. All right, so TDAP, the same thing applies. You know, TDAP or TD is now recommended for those 10-year boosters or for when there's an injury. Since pertussis is also included, there's a little bit more information, and this VIS is a little bit longer. Here in, well, it's not longer, it's 2 pages, but it takes up more space on the pages. Here in section 1, we talk about why to get vaccinated. And if you had time to kind of read over everything that was listed on that multi-pediatric, you'll notice that they match up. This information about the different diseases is the same. Section 2, go ahead, please.
Question. Okay, so the TD is recommended every 10 years, as we know. TDAP for pregnant women is every pregnancy. And so what happens if a woman has multiple pregnancies? Is there any additional guidance given in that respect in terms of possible contradictions and the timing of it, obviously?
Well, Section 2 covers when TDAP is recommended. So TDAP is now recommended, or TD, either TD or TDAP every 10 years. So someone could, even without being pregnant, be getting a TDAP every 10 years going forward. And then we do recommend a TDAP during every pregnancy. You're correct. And so that's mentioned here too. And the guidance for when they're recommended isn't from me. You know, I'm providing the information based on the recommendations of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. So if you want to read more about that and learn all the background behind it and more information about timing and things like that, ACIP recommendations are a really good source. But yes, the answer to your question is TDAP is recommended during every pregnancy, and then TDAP is recommended at least 1 dose at adolescence and then can be used as the booster dose and in the case of an injury that is tetanus prone.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So to kind of flow into that, there's section 2 there. You can see when it's recommended and other general information about the vaccine, including the ages for which it's recommended. Any comments or questions on sections 1 or 2? Section 3 provides a list of things to talk with the healthcare provider about to make sure your healthcare provider knows if you're considering getting this vaccine. That same comment you'll see about the mild illness versus moderately or severely ill people postponing vaccination appears here too. And the reason, of course, this list is longer is because of the pertussis component of the vaccine. There's a few more precautions and contraindications. Any questions or comments on section 3? Hearing none, if we can go to the next page, which is the back of the printed 2-page VIS, risks of a vaccine reaction. This will look familiar too. And then sections 5, 6, and 7, word for word, identical to the last VIS we looked at and the multi-pediatric and all of the other ones. Except rotavirus. Rotavirus, you might remember from a previous meeting, has a small exception because of the intussusception risk, but that doesn't impact these. So any comments, thoughts, suggestions on anything on the TDAP VIS? Sounds like a Friday afternoon, choir group. All right, well, that concludes my portion of the meeting, I think. I really want to thank everybody for their input and your time and for helping me get through all of the VISs. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and please feel free to reach out to me if you think of things. We're always open to suggestions, comments from anywhere, anytime. We want to make these very useful to everybody. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all of our presenters, Tamara. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct, John. So, and thank you, Suzanne, and everyone else for presenting. So the next agenda item is for us to select a chair for the ACCV because our chair resigned. Our former chair was Dr. Cody Meisner, and he resigned in June, so now we need to select a chair. So is anyone willing to volunteer? Do we have any nominations for someone to serve as chair?
Well, this is Karen. I nominate John.
Okay.
I'm happy to do it.
Okay.
I second that. This is Barbara Pahud.
Okay.
For my one last meeting in December.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So we need to take a vote on that. So so the committee, you all vote to on whether you want John to serve as the chair. So can I hear you?
Barbara Pahud, yes.
Karen, yes.
Bill Spiegel, yes, in favor.
Oh, all right, John, you're it. So then that means that John will be moving from the ACCV vice chair to the chair, so now we need a vice chair. So are there any nominations for the vice chair?
Oh, I'd like to nominate Karen since she was kind enough to nominate me.
Okay. All right. So any other nominations, or are there a second? Anyone want a second? Not Karen's nomination.
I second that nomination. Bill Spiegel.
Okay. All right. So you want to take a vote? You ready to take a vote, or is there someone else that? Okay. All right. So are we taking a vote?
Sure.
Okay.
I vote yes.
Okay. That was John, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Bill Spiegel, yes.
Do I vote for myself? I vote for myself.
Okay. Barbara, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Vote yes.
Okay. All right. So Karen will serve as the vice chair. All right. So we took care of that business. So John, I'll turn it back over to you because now it's time for public comment.
Yeah, we still have a work group update real quickly.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I forgot. Yes, we did move it to the end. You're correct.
Yeah,
okay.
And I don't want to belabor this point, but I do want to just very quickly, and I think Bill and obviously Barbara, you guys know that we have a work group, and the idea with the work group is to have a less kind of formal forum in which we can get on the phone and talk about ideas that we'd like to present to the main group or to the entire ACCV for consideration. And so you guys, we'd love to have you. Right now, Karen and I are the only two workers on the group, but you guys are obviously welcome to join us at any point if you'd like. We had, obviously the first of this year was really focused on the Mprm, and we had a call back, I think in August, with Karen and I and Tamara and Annie, and we really just kind of brainstormed some ideas about what we might be able to kind of start focusing on. One of those ideas was generated as a result of a letter from Jody Hunt, who is an Assistant Attorney General. He wrote a letter dated May 18th of 2020 in support of the Secretary's proposed table change. And within that letter, Mr. Hunt makes a statement that at least 20 cases have been identified in which petitioners have submitted altered medical records, some of which changed the site of vaccination, raising concerns about the integrity of the VICP. And that concerned me, and it concerned a number of lawyers that do what I do. And so we kind of started in the work group with that, and we decided let's reach out to DOJ and let's reach out to the Office of Special Masters and see if they'd be willing to come talk to us about this concern about fraudulent claims and fraud in the vaccine injury program. I believe you guys were copied on the responses. Catherine Reeves, who's the Deputy Director at DOJ, sent a response that said that basically she has nothing to add to Mr. Hunt's letter. It says, moreover, as noted in the response sent on behalf of the Chief Special Master, and I'll get to that in a minute, when issues surrounding the alteration of records arise in VICP cases, they are addressed as part of the litigation of the cases. There is nothing that the ACCV can do about altered records filed in VICP cases, and it would not be appropriate for DOJ to present on this issue, given that it is the subject of ongoing litigation in pending cases in the VICP. The Office of Special Masters also responded to our request. Jocelyn McIntosh, who's a senior staff attorney at the Office of Special Masters, and her response was as follows. In follow-up to the inquiry of the process work group, the Chief Special Master notes that OSM has observed in the past a few instances in which a petitioner attempted to make legitimate alterations or corrections to medical records. For example, a record might omit the situs of vaccination, parentheses, in a case where that is a disputed issue, or will set forth that information incorrectly. Such situations are handled the way any dispute over the accuracy of a document would be handled. Rarely, questionable alterations are observed, such as when petitioner asks a treater to change a record before litigation or attempted to obtain changes that were contrary to other medical records. When not adequately explained by petitioners, such instances are carefully observed and investigated at the request of respondent and or the court. The Office of Special Master certainly does not tolerate misconduct by litigants of this regard when it is established to have occurred. Otherwise, the Chief Special Master does not have a concern in regards to the, quote, integrity of the VICP or believe this is a widespread problem. Additionally, with the recently established PAR process, the OSM now requests that certified records be filed, which should alleviate any concerns in this regard in the future. So I just wanted to kind of give everybody an idea that this work group actually is doing stuff. We've just been mired in this Mprm at the beginning of the year. Other issues that we talked about during our August call included, it was a high-level discussion at this point about how to make a recommendation potentially or present to the ACCV to make a recommendation to the Secretary to conduct a more complete and more widespread vax-unvax study. This is something that Karen would really like to see, and obviously one of the issues that we recognized in the work group meeting is neither Karen nor I have the knowledge, expertise, understanding of how we would even begin to make that work. So what we had talked about is possibly Tamara and Annie identifying individuals that might be able to come talk to the work group about, you know, what that would look like and how we might be able to formulate some sort of a recommendation to present to the committee that would then be presented to the Secretary if the committee voted on it. We also discussed revisiting the statute of limitations provisions under the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. On multiple occasions in years past, the ACC has made recommendations to the Secretary to support expansion of the statute of limitations. So that is something that we're currently looking at. And then the last one is, again, more of a high-level discussion that we had about making a potential recommendation to the ACCV, that the ACCV consider making a recommendation to the Secretary regarding the retention of an independent third-party kind of consultant who could come in and look at the processes that are being used in all phases of the program, DOJ, OSM, and HHS, and potentially make recommendations on how to more efficiently process claims or ideally even figure out how to process claims within the limitations of the manpower and the budgets that these entities are being forced to work with. So that's your work group update, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And if we have none, I would say let's get on to the public comments and get on to Labor Day weekend, guys. Tamara?
Sure. Yep. I mean, that's fine.
There you are.
If there aren't any comments, then we can move on to, if there aren't any comments about the work group's update, then we can move on to public comment.
And I would just add that obviously we talked about some things today that we will be addressing in the work group as well.
So, operator, you want to open up the line for public comment?
At this time, if you would like to make a public comment, you may press star 1 and clearly record your first and last name for your comment to be introduced. One moment, please, to see if we have any comments. And our first comment comes from Teresa Rayam. Your line is now open.
Hi, this is Teresa Rangam with the National Vaccine Information Center. I just wanted to provide a brief comment. I want to thank the ACCV for taking the time to try to put together a process to review evidence around SERVA and syncope. I think it's very unfortunate that an Mprm has been pushed forward by the Secretary without a presentation of new evidence outside of the Institute of Medicine report or clarifying with the ACCV the interpretation of the law with regard to vaccine administration. And it's really concerning to think about the public comments that were made at the last meeting that seemed to allude to clinical and other evidence by healthcare professionals that did offer comment, that wasn't pulled together. So I really appreciate that the ACCV is going to address that. In monitoring other federal advisory committees that do vaccine policy making like ACIP and MVAC, when a work group is established, what I've noticed is a charge has been given for the work group to report back to the committee, and that may include a charge like inviting presentations, not necessarily having them pre-approved. So I'm wondering what the difference is in what was discussed today. Why couldn't a charge be given to the committee to simply explore bringing in attorneys and presenters and reporting back and getting those presentations on board. And lastly, in that regard, I would note that while there is an Mprm underway with regard to servant syncope, the ACCV doesn't have to tie their investigation of possible evidence for consideration and recommendation in that regard to the Mprm. Under the law, the ACCV could make a recommendation at any time with regard to the table. So just thoughts that I've noted over time in monitoring this committee. I want to thank the presenters for today and understanding some of the processes that are in place on what happens with OSM, and that kids are given a priority in terms of compensation, and hope that continues. And I want to thank the CDC for their VIS presentations. I hope that the consults that are supposed to happen with organizations of standing are soon to follow. We haven't met in quite some time. So thank you for the opportunity to make a public comment.
Ms. Wrangham, thank you very much for your comments, and we always appreciate hearing from you at these meetings. Earlier this year, you had a family emergency, I understand, and we missed you, so I'm glad you're back.
Thanks. There was a death in the family, and I was able to listen, but I had to get to the hospital. Thank you.
And I am showing no...
Do we have any other public comments?
No further comments at this time.
I guess we have future agenda items and new business.
This is Karen. I have something, of course, and I know you guys want to get for the weekend, so I'll be brief. I brought this up in March briefly, but nobody really knew anything about it, so I just emailed the commission and Tamara and Andrea the links of these clinical trials or surveys, whatever studies that have been done. So I just want to say that, okay, so on one of the ACCV's functions under the 1986 Act is to survey federal, state, and local programs and activities relating to the gathering of information on injuries associated with the administration of childhood vaccines, including the adverse reaction reporting requirements of Section 300AA 25B of this title, and advise the Secretary on means to obtain, compile, publish, and use credible data related to the frequency and severity of adverse reactions associated with childhood vaccines. So we all know that VAERS is acknowledged and underreported as a lack of awareness to the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. So my question is, what things have been done to improve reports to VAERS, both in quantity and quality, as a state and at a state and federal level? Reporting vaccine adverse events is a federal requirement, as we know. What is HHS doing to raise awareness about VAERS? And I see that there are commercials on vaccines, but not on VAERS or the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. All doctors are moving towards electronic medical records, and I'd like to talk about how we can track each state vaccine injury and make sure it's reported to VAERS. It's under the ACCV purview to support the improvement and strengthening of VAERS reporting and strengthen the ability to identify vaccine safety signals. In light of the public distrust of government and public concern regarding the coronavirus vaccine development, which we've been talking about today, I would like to think it would give the public great comfort to know that state-by-state surveying of vaccine injury was being done. And what we can do is we can use the already in place electronic medical data system to help alert safety signals that shows areas of concern. And this was a CDC-funded study, and it's referred to as the Harvard Pilgrim $1 million grant. This and two other studies have been emailed to you, as I said before. And the study is very interesting. These studies show that electronic support via EMRs improves reporting to VAERS. So it becomes very simple for the doctors. The reports have researched using an already in place electronic medical system to notify doctors of possible vaccine injury. So let's say the patient gets a vaccine and then comes back into the office for a checkup that could be a possible vaccine reaction, seizure, swelling, whatever. The system automatically alerts the doctor to look at this because, you know, we know that there are many offices now that you don't see the same doctor every time. So the doctor may or may not remember, but there's different doctors. So this system automatically alerts the doctor, and then he can respond, but it also automatically reports to VAERS. And so the research shows data, the research papers that I've sent to everybody, it shows data on the response by the doctors, the reports to VAERS, and when doctors made reports, and the lack of reports to VAERS when it should have been done. So it really it kind of helps the doctor be aware of what's going on, but also assists in identifying injuries, and, you know, which VAERS is basically, as we've spoken before, is the safety signal. So my question basically to HHS, are there studies being used regarding this electronic, you know, where all the doctors are going to electronic monitoring? And so what's happening with that, and where are we at? And if they're not studies, can you tell me if there's something else being done? And there may be reports that I'm unaware of, but are there systems like this in place? And I would like to go on record in requesting a survey of what's in place to strengthen vaccine adverse event reporting with regard to VAERS. I would like this to be part of the December agenda. The ACC may also need to form a work group to discuss this. I know you guys don't want to hear this, but anyway, we could have some of the authors of the study, you know, we could agree to have some of the authors of these studies come and share their experience of the electronic reporting process to us. And having done this state by state to identify hotspots in the VAERS program is what VAERS was designed to do. After reporting these studies, I certainly think that this may prove to be a great asset to VAERS in reporting, giving the public more confidence in the vaccine program. I mean, the obvious questions are how do we go about surveying, and what are states doing, what is being done by the health care providers. I can see this helping with safety signal detection, and, you know, this is a big part of, you know, ensuring the stakeholder and getting their trust with these tracking reports of injuries, which shouldn't really be such a difficult task, you know, if it's already in place. And so I think it's important to put the responsibility back on the states. You know, state by state, they're demanding vaccines, different schedules, and put the responsibility back on the states to make sure that they're reporting to VAERS, and this really kind of helps with that. And so on the Harvard Pilgrim study, it was stated that only 1% of injuries were actually reported. And I think that's part of our job to look at the state reporting. Let's see if there's anything else. And so yeah, I just emailed that, and I found the reports very, very interesting. I know some were really daunting and long, but these aren't. They're pretty concise, and the CDC funded the Harvard Pilgrim study to be looked at. So I just would like to know what's being done since that information has been received. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Well, Tamara?
Yes, I'm back.
I think we can put a check in the box.
Okay. All right. So you all ended?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, my phone, my battery life on my landline was 7 hours, and we had reached that limit. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Enjoy your Labor Day weekend.
Okay. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That concludes today's call. Thank you for your participation. You may disconnect at this time.